Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Naughty Thumbnails, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMels24, Unimento, M, Iron26, Eric Troche, Endless, Goldie McKinnon, Retro Bill, Level Plain Poem, Canna Bear, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. And now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
How you feeling?
Oh, I'm alright. Bit better. How are you?
Sound better.
I had 3 days of doing, I think, so I should be a bit better.
Yeah, I just put that in Master B. You didn't read it?
What?
I told John. What's the story? Where's Nathan? Let's go. I gave you a 3-day weekend.
Oh, thank you, Neil.
I'm glad you're feeling better. That sucks. When you got, I know what you had because I had that. It's like your whole head is like freaking clogged. And there's no such thing as a head cold. For years, I thought it was a head cold, but it's just you're sick, and that's one of the symptoms. But you can really get foggy.
I don't know what it was. I was just sick for a prolonged period, as was everyone else here.
But my kids are still coughing. I noticed that. All three of them, they still got like a lingering cough.
Yeah, same here. Other than that, everything's great.
Did I tell you about my oldest son's job?
No.
Yeah, he's been working. He finally got a call back in like this like a Petco, PetSmart. You ever heard of them?
Yeah,
They're in the States. It's like, all right, so this is similar to that. It's Pet Supply Plus. They're like a new one of those type of things. And I think it's the perfect job for him. Like for the first time being in the work field, they use him like 3 or 4 days a week, 6 hours a day. So he's making his own money and he feels good.
Good. Oh, I'm pleased to hear it.
Yeah, he's I think they need girls. They must be busting. That's all I could think of. Because I know, forget it, at that age I was a maniac. You need to go out and meet a girl.
I'm sure they're not going to talk to you about it, though.
Doesn't matter. I know everything about them. They're in the house all the time. I
No.
know ain't none of them. They're all virgins.
More information than I need, Neil. Thank you, though. Hello, John.
I shouldn't be saying those things on the show.
Hello, John.
Refracted.
I'm going to get coffee.
That was a scary conversation.
Well, sometimes I think they're part of the 144,000. Because it says that there will be 12,000 from each tribe, and you know,
Was Elijah going to come by and do a presentation on
Yo,
the
you're reading my
Martin?
freaking mind. I was just thinking the same thing. Elijah put something in Master B the other day that he wanted to go over. So, of course, I gave him permission. I said, sure, no problem.
Yeah, the Martin Bailey fallacy.
Yeah, Martin Bailey.
What is that?
It's a way of making an argument with a major factor and a minor factor, and if you address the main factor, you readdress the argument or subvert the argument onto the minor aspect, so you can belittle it. Or if you're focused on the belittling of the little bit, you make it seem like it's the major part of the argument.
Oh, what is it called? Mott and what?
Bailey, akin to a castle. So down the road from me, we've got Warwick Castle, and it's got a main, compound that's on a big hill, and then around it, it's got the central defences and then moat. So it's like a teardrop shape. Look it up. Not the castle fallacy.
Yeah.
But I'm sure I'd never heard of it, so I'm regurgitating what I read about it that Eli sent me, because it's not something I'm familiar with, and I was going to ask him to give us an example in text, but thinking about it, having never heard it before, you need someone to actually be able to explain it to you there and then. So obviously I read the fallacy, but I couldn't myself think, all right, I can give you 10 examples of that. Now it might be the case that after Eli points it out, we'll go, oh yeah, right, that's all they do, but we just don't know yet. So when Eli comes and explains the fallacy to us and how he thinks it's contextually important, because I didn't spot it, did you?
Yeah, I think it's the Earth curve argument where they jump to refraction as the Bailey, and then the Mott is the Earth curve calculator.
We'll see how he phrases it. Maybe that's what he's going on about. I don't know, because he didn't give an example, did he? He just said he wanted to focus on this fallacy. Oh, great. Well, I love a good fallacy. Yeah. Especially if I've never heard of it.
He's not going to show up today. We've hyped it up too much.
Not really. We just talked about it a little bit. I mean, if it ends up being on a different show, it doesn't matter. Not training to time, as QE would say.
Right, it'll be on the show that we don't talk about it beforehand.
That's okay as well. But if it doesn't, if it doesn't immediately jump out at me as, wow, yes, they do that all the time, then, I'm going to need Eli to break it down for me. Because he was very, very keen.
Well, like the saying, moving the goalpost, isn't that kind of like Mott and Bailey, though?
I don't know.
No,
I don't know. We'll see once he breaks it down with a contextualized example, and hopefully a specific one that's got a person's name attached to it.
Wait, you said the fallacy is taking a minor part and making it the major, right? Did I hear that correct? Because I'm driving.
No, attacking the wall rather than attacking the main castle. Yeah? Where the main castle being the main argument and the wall being some subterfuge that doesn't get you any closer to winning because it's not the main part of the objective. Yeah? You understand? I understand I understand it from a castle point of view, but not from a fallacy point of view.
I got it.
Me explaining
I bet QE knows what it is.
Me explaining how castles work isn't very useful, though, is it? You know what I mean? That's why I'm smiling.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to send him a message. Where the hell is he? Supposed to be here. You send a message like that, you got to be right up front and center, getting on here before me.
Do you? Nobody's got any obligation to do anything, Neil.
Whoa,
Just
whoa,
chill
whoa,
out.
whoa! See,
What's
this
your-
is where I
what's the-
have to I have to put you in your place here. We are at the cutting edge, and we've been here for some time. It's very important what we do here, so people need to be here.
Nah, think of us as like Shaolin monks or something. We can spend most of the day chilling.
Nathan, you do not understand what you're doing. I can clearly see that. You just think it's a YouTube channel. We're rocking the world, Nathan. Rocking the world.
Peace has made us weak. Victory has defeated us.
Victory hasn't made us weak or complacent or any of those other things.
No, I think John is absolutely right. We're sitting here like King Tut. Well, let's go. We got to ramp it up. If you haven't noticed, everybody, even our own side, is against us.
I was joking with that. That's a Bane reference. He said it in Batman, The Dark Knight Rises. It's an awesome movie.
Yes, I'm familiar. Speaking of Batman, that was pretty cool though on the Oscars the other night. They had Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger presenting one. And of course they went at it with like how Batman killed him and how he killed Danny DeVito. And then he goes, you know what? There he is right there. And they pointed to what's his name? Michael Keaton. And he was just standing there with like a dead stare face, and he was gesturing with his two index fingers to, come on, bring it on. It was funny. You had to see it, man. He threw me out the window. Where is he? There he is. I guess you had to see it. Did I lose you guys? Hello? Oh, that's chicken just great. Just great.
We're you still hear you, Nathan. I mean, Neil.
You didn't hear a word I said?
No, you came in loud and clear.
I say it's the Neil show this morning.
I'm talking about the Batman. He's got the Batman thing with Michael Keaton. Who's that? Mighty Mush?
And I never.
You're breaking
Remember when
up,
the
Fatsy
Batman movie
Waxy.
came out? Oh, sorry. Never mind.
Yeah.
Oh, my kitchen Wi-Fi.
Where did John go? Neil? Anybody?
I'm here.
Where did John go?
I'm here. His internet is really spotty. when you listen back to the show, it I understand what you mean. Because you hear him like cutting in and out, not full sentences going through, and what he says is important, and it just doesn't come in really clear.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably not a great deal he can do about it if he hasn't got good internet.
I heard somebody from Discord. Who's there? Mighty Mush, or was that AI?
It was Vaxy, whatever he's called, Vaxy Waxy, that he was breaking up.
Oh, what happened to that other guy? The bacon guy. Is he still hanging around in there?
I don't know, Neil.
Because the other day when you smacked him around a little bit, oh, that was lovely. I listened back the other day when I listened back to it. Oh, it's so good, man. No, I'm a flat earther. I'm not saying it proves the sphere, but he's trying to say it proves the sphere.
Yeah, they're liars.
He's just mocking people.
Just lying.
Yeah.
Now
Like,
let
he'll
me
try to
get
get a
this
cheap
straight.
win
When
in
these
a couple of
things,
days, and then he disappears.
I was just going to ask you, when these things happen, right? And what happens when the show's over and it's the after show? They just keep chanting the same thing over and over again?
That's when they pop in. Once the show's over, the after show, then they come in and start talking about whatever they want to talk about, and then they disappear after they get shut down.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. A guy like him is very dangerous because say you got some new guy coming in, listening, everything's making sense. Then you got this meatball coming in with this nonsense. And that's what they're there to do. They're just there to cause confusion and doubt with people that are not really grounded and rooted in flat earth to the point where they don't have a belief. They know it's flat.
No, I think it's good that new people hear both sides because, I mean, let's face it, our side gets it wrong sometimes. I don't know how long you've been in this, Neil, but
But I mean, we know both sides. We like if you're not a flat earther or part of that community, then you only know the one globe side anyway. So
I still hear our guys get it wrong.
yeah, especially in this room a lot when you guys let people talk about 30-mile wide triangles and then don't call them out on it being a triangle.
We call them out all right. We just let them talk. We have a policy here that everybody gets to speak, no matter how dumb or unsavory you think it is. We don't shut anybody down.
Yeah, but look,
Well, where are
I
we?
know.
Oakley's here doing his show. Hold on. If Oakley's here doing his show, though, this isn't like everyone gets to say their pieces. Pretend like Witsit's doing his event here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
that's a
I
Left
like
Lane
that.
doesn't.
story.
Yeah, Left Lane doesn't have to talk today. You know what I'm saying? This isn't like everyone gets their fair say. Oakley's doing an event now. You know what I'm saying? Like last week, it was a little confusing. Or whenever last time Oakley was there.
Still your
I
house.
like that.
Well, it's still your house. We have to respect that. If your rules are,
No,
the
hold
opponent
on,
gets
Nathan.
to...
He just said a good thing there. Leave him alone. I
Well,
like what he said.
That is
Because when
generally
he
the
first
rule.
came
Hold
in,
on, Neil.
hold on. If
That's
you want me to
generally
just
the
back
rule,
him up
yes,
because
where
he's
we-
backing me up, right? First of all, thank you, Vaxy. However, that's just basically completely ignored what SE's just said to him. Well, I'd be remiss if I didn't at least mention it. He's gone, no, here we have rules in this server where our opponents get to finish their nonsense waffle regardless. Okay, well, if Nathan's here, we'll ignore that. No. That's their rules, and you can express that. Just say, okay, thank you for letting me know, and then hope you don't break them. That's it. At least
Okay, let me ask
acknowledge
you a
what he
But
question.
said
when we
to
have
you.
an
Let me
event,
ask you a question.
when we have an event, though,
We
hold
don't.
on, Neil. When we have an event, Neil, hold on, man. When we have an event, though, Oakley, it's not like that. Like people can do specific things. You know what I mean? So like if you don't want to have people go on and on, it's fine. You don't have. We don't have to. Like nobody has to. You know what I mean? It'd be nice, but I mean,
Sure.
whatever. If that's how you want to do it.
I'm glad to hear it, but it's nice if the base rule's been reasserted immediately by SE. You've got to acknowledge that. That's how, because it's his house, isn't it?
Hold on, I got to ask you a
Just
question.
please,
On Flat Earth
please, no
Debate,
insults.
on our panel, when you run your show, Nathan, on our Discord, we do the same thing. We let people. We don't shut down anybody's argument. We let it go the first time, but we're not going to let him keep going over it and over it and over it. He's going to be heard. The argument's going to be clear, and then that's it.
Sure. But the guys from this server can listen back to the shows that get produced from this server and make their own assessment on whether or not letting someone repeat the same thing 10 times because I've had 20 seconds to reply and then they want to regurgitate and rinse and repeat it a second time through the top of me with no objection. But no, we've got to let them finish. When they get to hear it back, they can make their own assessment if that's a good way to be or not, can't they? That's up to them. But in the meantime, it's their rules, Neil. You know, last time I was going by our rules, and I can't. Not our house.
I'm not saying don't go by their rules, of course. And we're thankful that they're even opening up for you to do
There
your
you
show
go.
from here.
There you
That's
go.
a great thing.
That's more like it. We're grateful that they're allowing us to even be here.
I think what he was saying, because if you listen back to the show, somebody yelled from the peanut gallery, and not saying who it was, hello, I'm here too. And that's what I think he's trying to say. It doesn't mean everybody's got to be heard. Like me, I don't have to be heard. So I think that's what he was talking about.
Well, when Witsit does his show here, we have a stage. We do it as a stage show, and you know what I'm saying. Like people don't like we do events here all the time, and it's not like it changes the whole format of this Discord where now not everyone gets to say their piece whenever they want. You know what I mean? It's just different when there's an event going on.
Yes, I gotcha. And I like that.
Are we not in?
Settle down, Neil. It'd still be nice if everyone got to say their piece, and let's not do any insults, please. Please, no insults. That is definitely still a rule, though, no matter
Hold
what.
on. Are you saying that we're rude and we insult people? That is not true. I'm offended. I'm out of
That's
here.
just a general. It's a general.
The general
The way
rule
I
of the
see it,
server.
if your argument is solid, you should be able to accept criticism and discuss your argument.
Right.
You're
So
relevant no matter what. Yeah.
Right.
I agree.
That's just my opinion.
Everybody should be able to keep symmetry. So symmetry is basically everybody express their viewpoint equally. If your viewpoint holds out and if the logic within your viewpoint is strong, it should be nothing, even if someone is insulting you, your viewpoint the logic within your viewpoint should overcome that. So if somebody got to insult you because their viewpoint or the logic within their viewpoint is not strong enough to basically rebut an argument, then that just shows something about them. But if that person that's insulting you logic is basically stronger than the viewpoint that you are saying, and they pointing out that the viewpoint the logic within your viewpoint is flawed, then that's when it seems like it becomes a problem for you.
And how much time do you dedicate to somebody's flawed premise? If I were to, for example, start an argument on the basis that unicorns are definitely real, and then proceed to spend the next 10 minutes waffling on about that based on that premise, is it tolerable to just allow that for 10 straight minutes?
No, they can't monologue.
Yes, that's monologuing.
So how long?
We do go back and forth over the same thing. Not like it gets a little repetitive, and we do have to move it on eventually.
Yeah.
What's eventually?
Just like when someone says something like, well, you didn't answer my question when you definitely did answer the question. You don't have to answer a question more than once.
No,
As
no.
long as that the audience heard that you did answer the question, you don't have to keep going on 10 minutes after answering the same question, repeating yourself.
Okay.
And
Look,
so
my
someone
question
say,
is,
but unicorn.
yeah, at what point do you stop them? So if I start with, based on the fact that unicorns are definitely real, and then I start in my diatribe, all of it is nonsense waffle. At what point do you stop that nonsense waffle? You're saying what? Not 10 minutes. That's a monologue. So 5 minutes of nonsense waffle about unicorns is okay.
I mean, you could do whatever you feel. You got a little show going here. You know
I'm
what I
asking
mean?
you.
It's an event.
I'm asking
Dude,
the server. At
dude,
what
we loop
point?
it. I've been looping in circles with these guys for years now, so I don't even know. Like we do move it on when it starts to get circular and people are just looping in circles. So
Yeah, but
I
he's
mean, I
asking
don't
how
know.
long. He's asking how
It
long do you
depends.
let them go? He's asking how
I know
long do
it.
you allow the lecture to go?
A lecture? No, I mean, if two people are going back and forth and it's just like looping in circles, but then we'll move it on. I don't know, 5, 10. We give a couple people 5, 10 minutes.
You're telling me you're content to listen to a flawed premise for 10 minutes?
I mean, it honestly, it depends. Like, you know,
Not for me. I want to stop that immediately as soon as I recognise that it's
you could
complete
do that.
nonsense waffle. I mean, obviously, you guys
Yeah,
give
you
it
could do
5,
that.
10 minutes, or you could just interrupt while I'm giving my opinion on it. Go ahead. Try again.
No, man, go ahead. My bad.
Thanks, I was. I want to stop that immediately. The moment someone says, based on the fact that unicorns are real, I want to be able to stop them immediately and say, no, they're not. So that we don't waste 10 minutes or 5 minutes or 30 seconds or 5 seconds listening to some stupid idiot telling us that unicorns are real. Now, in my mind, if that happens, I'm going to be told off for saying that that's a stupid idiot. But the guy that says unicorns are real and then starts to launch into a diatribe about how they're real and stuff that's based on them being real, yeah, and me saying that's idiotic, I don't really want to be told off for that, because it is idiotic to base a premise on unicorns being real and then waffle on about it for 5 straight minutes, or 2 minutes, or 30 seconds, or 1 second. It should be stopped immediately.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, if that's what you want to do
Was
in your
the
show, I mean, you could shut them down, dude. It's fine.
I'm
when
bringing it
it,
up as a discussion point because those aren't the rules of the server. Therefore, it's contentious and interesting because we have different views on it. In some people's mind, oh yeah, if someone's got an opinion on holistic medicine, then we should let them waffle on for 5 minutes because they might have some validity at the end of it. You go,
I
okay.
Yeah,
think we're missing the point here. I think we're missing the point. It's not to let them waffle on. It's up to you to stop it, right? When you see fit, obviously, you're running the show. The only contention I have, Nathan, is the vulgar language. That's it, right? You can run the show any way you want. The only contention I have is the vulgar language. That's it.
What's vulgar?
yeah, several people are.
Well, name calling. We don't have name calling here because it starts a shit show. Excuse my language. So that's the main contention.
And
I
muting,
think if
muting your
that's stopped,
opponent.
what? Well,
And
muting, yeah, of
muting,
course.
yeah.
You can stop at any. Of course, don't let them talk about unicorns. I wouldn't let that happen. But it's the way it's done. That's basically it.
I can agree to that. I was getting ready to say, like, in the Emperor's New Clothes, when the little kid pointed out the Emperor was naked and everyone laughed, because they didn't give him 5 minutes to explain himself, was the crowd unreasonable?
No.
Good point. There's
Yeah.
a way to do it, right? Like if somebody brings up unicorns, you can say, Look, we're not going to talk about uniforms. This is serious unicorns. This is a serious show. You can say, listen, moron, blah, 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 blah. Which one do you think is better?
Depends on the circumstances.
Moron.
After about 10 repetitions of unicorns, by that point you get a bit worn down and want to call the person a moron because they won't shut up about it.
Just mute him. Just mute him, Nathan.
I can't do that on your server.
Yes, you can. When the time is right. If someone's swearing at you and ad homing you, you just mute him. That's what we do. We warn him once, then we mute him. That's it.
I don't tend to do that. What I tend to do is threaten to mute them, but I'm actually very lazy and will seldom go actually into the Discord server, open up their name, find the bit that says mute, and then highlight it with a tick. I rarely do that. So if you listen back to a show, you'll hear me say things like, just mute him. Just mute him. Just get rid of him. And I won't do a damn thing. I'll just carry on sitting here. And if someone doesn't mute them, then they'll just carry on in the conversation. And if somebody from the server deems it necessary, because in my own server, it's not my own server either. I'm about as much an owner of my server as I am of this server. Yeah. Which is to say that I'm still governed by the server rules, even though it's Flat Earth Debate server. I haven't made any of those rules. I don't know if I know them that well. It's probably changed a dozen times. And I don't keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate server rules because I'm never in there. I only use the voice chat. So, there's a whole bunch of rules that I probably don't know about in my own server, if I can even call it that. So I call out to the mods to do that. Because it's like, it's your server, you run it. If you deem it reasonable to mute this guy while he's chanting through my rebuttal that's had 10 attempts or something, then that's up to the server mods to do. You know what I mean? I will occasionally do it in my own server, but very, very rarely.
Hey, is that SC Montreal in here? Hey, how you doing, brother? I ain't heard from you in a while.
You was
That's
here
me,
the other
bro.
day.
Doing good. Good to see you, bro. Good to hear you.
I see Montreal's got a voice that you could hear him anywhere, in any server, and that's SE Montreal. Got that voice.
So we're gonna get a subject going, or we're gonna give gratitudes to each other. What's going on?
I like the gratitudes to each other.
No, we're discussing debate techniques right now.
My mind. Yeah.
Well, we discussing rules, aren't we?
Yeah, that's debate techniques. Same thing.
Well, the first thing, you want to get them in an agreeable situation, right? You want to get them agreeing with you. I mean, we're talking about debating. You want to find the positions that you agree on before you move forward, right? Socratically.
Depends on the debate, doesn't it? I don't see that us and the Globers are trying to find common ground. I know that people have often expressed that notion when talking about debating this subject arena. I just do not agree. Find common ground.
I don't either.
The only common ground that there is to have of any significance is the fact that we and they use a flat earth measurement for anything we assert or do. The fact that they have a globe belief that follows on from that flat earth measurement, that's the only thing we've got in common.
I think that's what John was getting at.
See, we have something in common.
What, they need a flat earth as much as we do? In fact, how did you put it? You guys need a flat earth more than we do? Because you're the ones making claims left, right, and centre?
Right. If there's going to be a debate, then we can build on that because they do use a flat plane all the time.
You could build on the fact that there is no longer a debate. I agree. The debate is over, Jack.
But when you say we've been softened in victory or something like that, I don't see that as the case. I see it as far more relaxing in 2024 as a consequence of knowing it's flat. But in years gone by, I had a strong flat Earth belief, and that isn't good enough.
Right, but I was making a joke from what Neil said. I agree. I don't really worry about it.
I worry about flat Earth less since finding out it's measured that way, and measured that way for the globe to be functionally operational at all. It has to have been measured flat. You go, okay, that's it. It's game over. That's the end.
All right. So everybody go on vacation, right, Nathan?
Not
Really?
everyone. No, not everyone go on vacation. Just everyone breathe easy. Don't need to stress about whether or not there's going to be some Isle of Man debate with the flat Earth calculator called Earth Curve in the title. You don't have to worry about those things anymore, because by my summary 10 seconds ago, it's a flat Earth calculator. You can show them how there's a flat Earth being used in it, how the Earth's being measured and calculated as a flat plane. And it must be so, otherwise some of the geometric principles applied in that Earth curve in name-only calculator, actually a flat Earth differential calculation, from eye level to surface level to infer Earth curve below surface level. Well, those sorts of summaries come real easy now, but all of them point to one thing: Earth's being measured flat. For your globe claim in this instance with an Earth curve mathematics. I didn't know that 5 years ago. Well, it was quite stressful back then. Now it isn't.
Yeah, the rise over run formula shows that Earth's a plane with topography. I mean, obviously the elevation profile is not curving up, curving down. They're using rise over run, horizontal plane, and taking elevation measurements off of that. So
Yeah, exactly. Rise over run. The principle shown in Google Earth, where if you do an elevation profile for the entire surface of the known world, it's all flat. There's not a lot more to do in terms of showing how the world actually functions now that we've connected it to the globe religion, how their religion had its genesis in a flat Earth measurement. You know, maybe there will be some more fantastical revelations around the corner, and every time we get a new one, Black Swan or elevation angles, rise over run, as you've exampled, any of these examples will be like eureka moments for a lot of people who are listening if they've never heard of it. You go, okay, well,
yeah,
maybe 2025 will have something even more exciting than the globe religion comes from flat Earth measurements. You know, but I don't know what else could make you more at ease with the fact that Earth's flat.
we were talking a couple days ago. I think it was Witsit I can't remember who brought this up, but somebody said every time money's involved, Earth's flat. You know what I'm saying? Every time we build something, every time they fly an expensive plane, like all the stuff that would take money or be expensive if we messed up, Earth's flat.
Yeah. When it actually comes to dealing with the world how it actually is, you can't assume there's a massive cavity opening up ahead of you if you're going to fly a plane, because the pilot's going to think there's an area opening up ahead of him that he can fly in, and there isn't. It's an extended plane, so they need to know that.
Even in the calculations that the ballers come here and assert that they say prove their religion or whatever, level is never curving, ever.
All right, let's get it on.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Shout out to Godzilla37 hitting the super chat. It says, Arwen is so much wizard that even Dunning-Kruger is blushing. Oh, please don't insult Arwen in the super chats. Thank you for the support anyway. Really appreciate it. You do a bit of housekeeping? Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge, formerly known as the curve of the Earth?
That says it all right there, doesn't it? No, Earth is flat. There are no horizons on a globe. Slope-a-dope.
What's the slope-a-dope now?
That's when Muhammad Ali was against the ropes and let George Foreman throw his punches till he was exhausted, and then he got knocked the F out.
No, that's the rope-a-dope.
Well, that's what a slope-a-dope is.
No, that's a
It's
rope-a-dope.
taken off. Yeah, but we took it off the rope-a-dope because that's basically what happened. It's an impossibility to have a horizon on a spherical Earth.
Why?
Horizon level.
Why?
Its orientation is horizontal. Horizontal
We
is parallel
just
to
said
the plane of the
horizon.
horizon.
To describe a slope
Yep.
or a slant would be the deviation from the horizontal.
If you can't get that by me saying hello horizon, then there's no hope for you.
No, I can't get it from just hello horizon, Neil. That's insufficient.
It's
Woefully.
horizontal. How are you going to get, okay, if Earth is a sphere, how are you going to get anything horizontal on a sphere?
I don't know. How would that affect it?
I mean, how would that affect it?
Yeah, on a sphere, what's the problem? Why can't I have a horizon?
Because it's horizontal and a sphere is round. It's
Oh,
spherical.
perfect. Okay.
You can have it going through it.
Okay, that's what we
maybe,
were
or on
fishing
top of
for.
it.
That's all you need. You just need to lay it out, Neil.
Come on. You know I'm
Curve.
freaking driving and doing a million things.
That's fine. You brought it up.
Yeah, the geometrical horizon only exists in the maths anyway.
And on
Yeah, but
spherical
you can't give them
geometry, you
maths
can't
because
have
it
a
doesn't
straight
exist.
line on the surface.
One
In
more time,
spherical
Jeremy.
geometry, you can't have in spherical geometry, you can't have a straight. There's no straight lines on the surface. They're all curved.
Yeah, indeed. There are no straight lines on the surface of a curved anything.
But that
Well,
slope-a-dope thing,
that's
though,
the
you wouldn't believe how many times I've had to explain to somebody when I'm trying to.
Yeah, but they'll just tell you it's so big it's flat, right?
yeah, but that's the unique thing about a sphere, right? There are no flat surfaces on a sphere.
Right, so you can't have a horizon on a sphere then.
Correct. But they beat themselves up with that. That's why QE named it the slope-a-dope after the rope-a-dope.
And you can't have a horizon on a sphere, and you can't claim a geometrical obstruction without level being a horizontal plane.
You wouldn't believe how many times I got to explain to these guys what slope is. It's like a debate on what slope is half the time when I go to that rise over run. It's weird. It always
Well,
turns
because
into a
they're
debate
holding
where they
on to
don't
a belief,
understand what
though. That's
slope is,
why, right? Sorry.
or they just don't know what slope is. I don't know.
Okay.
Everybody knows what slope is. Come on.
Moving on from slope, right? Did you all just hear what John just said, though, in Discord? You repeat it, John, because we're going to focus on it.
You can't claim a geometrical obstruction without level being horizontal.
So for Earth curve maths, guys, I don't know if any of you have got a diagrammatical example to hand in your server that you can grab or someone can post and you can have a look at it. If not, it doesn't matter. You just have to go by what I say. Inside the Earth curve maths, there's two horizontal lines that are represented and labelled. One says surface level and the other says eye level. And the way that the maths actually works is by way of calculating the differential between those two things after height is included in the equation. So as you raise in elevation, the difference between eye level and surface level can be calculated out to give you a point below surface level. That's a horizontal plane that you can label with an X and call horizon. But in order to extrapolate this point below surface level that they call Earth curve, you require Earth to be a horizontal plane of reference. You require surface level to be level in Earth curve maths. That is to say, in Earth curve maths, Earth is measured flat. You require a surface level that is parallel with eye level for this maths to work. It's right there in the maths. Earth's being measured flat in Earth curve maths. Not a lot of people know that.
Yeah, I didn't
Well,
know
that's
that. What's that on?
what Brian.
Bislins or the other guy?
All of them.
I just
It's
posted
on
that in
all
the
of them?
chat.
All
I
of
just
them.
posted it on the
The
chat.
way
The
the
Earth curve
maths,
calculator.
that's how it functions. That's how the maths operates. It takes reality, surface level, and parallel eye level with it, and calculates the difference between the two to give you a point below surface level called mathematically called Earth curve, marked with an X and labelled horizon, below the surface level. And it's right there in the maths, surface level, eye level. It's part of the mathematical functionality of that derivation called Earth curve. You require Earth to be a horizontal plane of reference, and you require eye level to run parallel with surface level for the maths to function. Earth must be flat for Earth curve maths to work.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, the horizon is at surface level and not below the surface level. No one looks at the horizon below surface level.
So there is no
Only exists in the maths.
Yeah, in orthographic view, there's a below surface level maths only horizon marked with an X. But as George just pointed out, there is no below surface level horizon in reality. We just have a horizon. But what the calculator actually does is gives you a optical resolution loss limit that they place below surface level mathematically. But that optical loss is just the calculation, the differential calculation between eye level and surface level. So where they're calculating out what will disappear, bottom up, that's an optical resolution loss calculator. That's what the actual Earth curve calculator is. And flat Earth optical resolution loss calculation. That's what it actually does. They just call it Earth curve. They were also using the same maths in the, I'm going to say, late 1700s. This was presented to us by 10th Man in a very, very old navigation book where they were showing sight reduction tables and how they calculated out their best guess for where the horizon would be at distance. And it's the same maths as Earth curve maths, but described with a flat Earth. The same flat Earth that's called surface level in Earth curve maths. So they've taken an existing mathematics to calculate where your resolution will diminish when looking in the distance and utilizing the horizon for navigation on a flat Earth. The calculation's then been taken and go, we could call this Earth curve. And that's exactly what they've done. They're not even clever. They're not even doing it from scratch. It's not like they've back engineered Earth curve from flat Earth. They've taken an existing mathematics for optical resolution loss and called it Earth curve. Psychopaths are nothing but good at recycling. That's all they can do. They've got no original ideas. They just steal. So stealing an old, I say 1700s, probably early 1800s. I forget exactly what the date was, and 10th's not around to ask. But I'm sure my panel will back me up that we all had a good look at this and went, whoa, it's just Earth curve maths. Yes, it is.
So what stops a guy like Left Lane from putting this together?
I don't. Why do you care?
I don't. I'm just curious.
You're always curious. Why?
I think it,
Go on, John.
I think it might be the authorities that are telling him that the emperor is not naked. He's accepting that instead of just looking at it on his own.
Look, I don't want to decry anyone's beliefs. If they want to believe that the Emperor has got invisible clothes on, that is entirely up to them. I don't care whether the emperor's got
Yeah,
clothes
but-
on or not. I know he hasn't.
Yeah, but that's... Sorry, Nathan. That's my point, though. Everybody, I think what it is that they're just going to rely on consensus, and they have it all worked out. Like, look at that guy Flatzoid was, let's not say debate, having a conversation with the other day. He said, it's all laid out. We know Earth is a sphere. And I would need so much evidence to turn my viewpoint around, to something to that effect. Because he's listening to what consensus is saying, what the TV says, what your politicians say, and what the pseudoscientists say.
Even they say that level is a horizontal plane. Only in like one definition is it labeled conforming to the curvature of Earth, and that's immediately contradicted in the same definition.
Right, got 52 people
Yeah,
watching.
let me ask a question. If
I'll just do a quick call to action. Please share the show. Very warm welcome to all 52 of you who are watching already. Go ahead.
I was wondering if I can put a question out there, since we have a lot of people listening, and there's a lot of people from different groups listening. Shout out to everybody. You know who I'm talking about. Let me ask a question. Is flat an orientation?
Generally, colloquially,
Dude,
yes.
we're on a plane with topography, dude. People are taking shit way too literally.
So we had this discussion a couple of weeks back, Montreal. So if I was to tell you to lie flat, would you go and stand up against a wall? Or would you go and lie on the ground or on a bed? Which would you do if I asked you to lie flat?
Oh, I'd probably lie on my couch or something. Yeah, or on the floor. Yeah.
Right. So colloquially, as a generalism, people use flat as an orientation. If you say flat and it is in context as an orientation, it will mean horizontal. You can add extra context to that word. Put yourself flat up against the wall, but up reorientates that flatness. So if I say, I'm going to push you flat up against the wall, again, you've got a context that I'm not going to lay you down flat. Yeah? So you have to slightly recontextualize flat if you're going to put it in the vertical orientation. Because typically, colloquially, flat means horizontal if you're going to use it as an orientation. Doesn't always stand true, but 99% of the time it does.
Everybody agrees with Nathan?
That's the thing. The
Brian said that,
contextualization comes within the conversation.
Ryan said that flat was a description and you couldn't measure flat. Couldn't measure a description.
Here we go.
So that's why he won't say the Earth is measured flat, because you can't measure a description.
Yeah, it's strictly
Oh,
accurate.
yes, he
The
does say
orientation is
Earth is measured
horizontal.
flat.
Yeah, it's not a
No, he
geometric
said the
term.
other day he
It's
wouldn't
correct.
say it.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it's correct.
He said he wouldn't say it.
Yeah, strictly speaking, it's a slight misspeak. But I don't care.
No, I
How
still
did you
don't agree
measure a
with that.
description?
It's contextualized within the
how do you measure a
conversation. Hold on, it's
description then?
contextualized within. Fuck it.
Try again, John. One more
No,
time.
go ahead, John.
It is contextualized within the conversation. It is not always an adjective. Sometimes it's an adverb. Depends on how it's used in a sentence. This is ridiculous. Are we going to pretend like we don't know what flat is now?
Well, that's what
I
Brian
think there's
said.
nothing more powerful. Shut up, Better Bear. I
No
think
need.
there's nothing more powerful than Earth is measured flat.
No need, Neil. No
Neil,
need.
Oh, so we're
remember
gonna
what we
let
were
him
talking
go.
about?
Hold on. If you listened to the show the other day, look how much time this guy used with his same nonsense over and over and over again.
How did you
I
measure a
hear you. It could
description?
be frustrating, bro, but we can't do that. Like, just chill out and, let's go back and forth.
Fine. I'm chilled.
Yeah,
Go
just go
ahead,
ahead
Better
and
Bear.
present the measurements of flat.
Horizontal. Horizontal.
Dude, I don't
measure-
think
the
anyone's
measurement.
saying it's perfectly flat. I don't think anyone's saying it's perfectly flat. We all know there's topography,
No,
but we know
The
that it's we know.
no.
What?
Before you generalise, no, I would say that in
You
navigation
don't know
it's
there's
dealt with as
topography.
perfectly flat within navigation. There is no elevation
The
changes
claim,
whatsoever. It's
the
all dealt
claim,
with
and
on the
sorry.
same horizontal plane.
Well, so
The
most of us
claim
know
and the
it's a plane
demand that
with
it's repeated
topography.
is
So,
that
all right, go ahead.
the claim is that it's measured flat, and it's demanded that people say that it's measured flat. But so far, I haven't seen anybody come up with the measurements of it.
Latitude. I went over it with you personally. I did.
No, you didn't. You told me to shut up. You never go over
Told you
anything with
latitude.
me.
Latitude.
Measurement.
Yeah, that's a
You
measurement.
said a measurement.
Yeah, measurement with
Where
Polaris along the ground. The points on the ground are your latitude lines. That's a measurement.
the ground isn't flat, though.
Right? You don't think that the ground is flat when you take an angle from any position along a base to Polaris at its GP. That's its ground.
Well, we went over that as well.
Sorry,
You
do you want to
have an
just
angle.
remove Edaberry? Just talk through me. I didn't even
There you
take
go.
breath.
There you go. This is
Now you're going to
exactly.
now
Hold on,
object.
Yeah,
So you're now going to object to the fact that he didn't let me get to the end of that sentence?
Yes,
No, we
I was
got
about
it.
to do that.
We got it.
Yes, I was about
Thanks.
to do that.
Thank you.
Elder Bear, don't interrupt. If you interrupt, I'm going to mute you. You won't be part of the show. We want you to be part of it, but don't interrupt. Please.
I want you to be part of the show, Edabear. But I personally have gone through this with you, a liar, several times, and detailed latitude with you personally. Now, you're saying I haven't. I have. When we measure along the baseline to the ground position of Polaris, that is definitely the ground. The lines that we're going to measure for the angles, that position, system, latitude, is on the ground. It's a ground positioning system.
So would you say the ones below the equator were just calculated out then, or?
We're going to hopefully cover that eventually in Time Bandits. There's massive inaccuracies as you go beyond the equator, and you have to take existing stars and their positions in the ephemeris, or whatever you want to document it in the almanac, beyond a fixed star. So yeah, you can extrapolate out further and further with the system being weaker and weaker. And the lines that they do infer get wrapped around a ball, meaning that there's massive distance inaccuracies on a ball for obvious reasons in the south. That, up until a certain point in our recent history, recent documented history at least, was a stumbling point for extra exploration. But you have workarounds. But it doesn't alter the fact that one of the very first things I covered when I got here were the inaccuracies in the south. The fact that people, mariners specifically, would go and have massive extensions on their journey when travelling in the south. They didn't match the charts. Therefore, they'd be massively late.
Right, but the angle measurements to those southern stars still require a baseline to the GP position at that moment. Now, whether that conforms to a celestial sphere model is irrelevant. We're talking about the baseline for the measurement, not the model that is inferred afterwards.
Yeah, the measurement itself is just you measuring the
Not
base,
only
which
that.
is flat. I just want to get Ed
Also
a bear
for the
because he
sun.
didn't think he'd been told. Now you've been told. We measure
haven't.
Earth flat with latitude. The baseline
First day
to
you've
the
spoken.
GP is a flat Earth measurement. Hope we're clear.
However many times you say ground does not mean the ground is flat.
So ground position at GP. What's that for then, Edabear?
It's a reference. It's
But
not the
ground
ground.
position is not the ground.
The sea.
Sorry, I'm
The
asking you
sea
a
is going
question.
up and down. Did you notice that?
So
When you were
ground
with
position.
your sister on the sextant, you were on the sea, going up and down. Obviously not flat, horizontal level. Obviously not. The surface.
So did you ignore what I said earlier? In navigation,
Right,
it is
so-
dealt with as perfectly flat. There are no elevation changes. You have to account for the fact that there's going to be undulations in the sea as you travel. You'll take your height above sea level at the dock, at the port, for height of eye. That's it. That correction remains the same every... Just remove him. He's just an intolerable man. You deal with that once at port. Height of eye. That's it. You make the measurement once. It's the same for absolutely everywhere. Doesn't make any difference. Yeah? That's it. One measurement. That too is a measurement of Earth, Edebear. Height of eye above the deck. The deck being the ground. The same ground that we're referring to thousands of miles in the distance when we measure the ground position of GP. That's GP for Polaris. That's what we're measuring. So we've got the ground when we measure height of eye, and we've got the baseline to the ground position at Polaris. Response from Edebear, it's not the fricking ground. Yes, it is.
So Nathan, Brian went over this with him.
Like we
Adam
think
went
the
over
same
this with
thing
him.
they think.
If you listened to the show the other
You guys hear
day,
me?
it was gone over, and he's going to keep going.
Yeah, go
right?
ahead, Jeremy.
Fine.
These guys think the same thing
Also,
we do.
there's
It's just some pedantic argument. They think levels horizontal, so do we. Plumb lines are parallel. There's just some issue with the ground having topography, which I don't know why anyone would deny that. Obviously, the ground has topography.
Right, I've dealt with this now.
Yeah, but
Three.
when-
It's like
Well, yeah,
it's
but
like it's
fine.
being. It's like it's falling on deaf ears. I've now said this to you guys. This will be the third time in the last 20 minutes. In navigation, no, there are no topology changes. It's dealt with as perfectly flat. Not zero elevation, none. Why do you keep saying, well, there's elevation changes? No. It's dealt with flat, like the maps. That's how it's treated.
Yeah, but the
Right,
map's
and
not
the elevation
the map
changes
is
of
not
topography.
hold on, you're in a reification fallacy though at this point, because the Earth does have topography, and your map, if your map doesn't, I mean, the Earth still does. The map's not the terrain, right?
That's not how celestial navigation
hold on.
works. So the point below each position that you're measuring, it's, say this again, just in case people maybe deny it and say I haven't told them, the ground positions. Yeah? When you measure the ground positions, the elevation's irrelevant. It doesn't matter if you measure that position, that angle, 20,000 feet in the air or on the ground. Because the ground is flat, and it's dealt with as perfectly flat, every line horizontal will be parallel with the ground, and all angles to the stars will match at all elevations. So it matters not what height you are. Doesn't matter if you take the angle in an aeroplane at 40,000 feet on the top of Everest or sat in a rubber dinghy on the sea. They all produce the same angle, and any of those lines, so long as you've established a horizontal line, will be parallel with the ground. Therefore, the ground position, from wherever you measure it, is the same always. Doesn't matter about the height at all. Do you know why? Because of the way the stars behave. They do not change with altitude. Now, that in and of itself absolutely annihilates all notions of heliocentric distances and operations. Entirely. Because at elevation, they should alter. They don't. They stay the same. They match the books. They'll still be above the same ground at the same time. At all heights of measurement. Without exception. So no, Earth is dealt with as a perfectly flat plane in navigation. The topographical changes matter not.
Right.
Yeah, that doesn't
the
even seem
idea
like
that
it
it's
could be
a
depicted or
reification,
graph.
I'd like to address that.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
That wasn't me.
Oh, whoever it was. Or John, if not.
It's me. And then I want to add that, so if they want to claim that it's taking the measurement from the center of Earth and that the elevation wouldn't matter, but they would still have the problem of the curving path and diverging zeniths. So yeah, it's flat.
It's not the diverging zeniths. You
Well,
can't have
the
diverging
reason why
zeniths,
this
first of all.
is done is for you to find.
No,
I'm talking about the argument. As the navigator, you as the navigator, you want to find your position, your ground position. You lost at sea. So I think in order to do this triangulation, to pinpoint these ground positions and compare to your ground position to find the distances, so you can find your position on the ground, regardless if you're at sea. So it is ground position. Yeah, hold on just a second. I just wanted to cut that argument that they are measuring from the center of Earth as a possibility, because the elevation change doesn't affect, if you're on the top of Everest or at the seashore, wouldn't affect the angle measurement, and that's accurate. Now, what I wanted to say was, now if the anti-flat earthers are trying to say that, well, we're using it from the center of the Earth, that wouldn't work, because there's a curving path as they travel the Earth that they would have to take into account, and then we would have diverging zeniths, and you wouldn't be able to navigate at all.
No,
So
you
I
wouldn't
just
have
wanted to cut
zeniths.
that.
Plus, it gets really
wouldn't have an
difficult.
angle, yeah, right.
It gets really hard to drill down to the centre of Earth to take a measurement, though, doesn't it? If you're going to infer that that's what you're doing.
Absolutely. Yeah, I just wanted to. That was clear to the audience mostly. Hopefully, or to position it correctly for future arguments as well.
Zenith is 90 degrees to the ground. You don't get 90 degrees on a spherical surface. So they don't have zeniths to have them diverge to begin with. Secondly, the idea that a measurement is a reification fallacy is wrong. It is only when you try to conceptualize it within a model that it becomes a reification fallacy. So just
Gotcha. Yeah, because
to make that clear.
this is like a magical idea, right? That the zeniths are the same, like the angles are the same from high above and below. So like that's not something you could depict orthographically. So what do you think the explanation for that is?
I'd love to know. The majesty of the heavens will never have an explanation for this, right? Why they don't change as you go up higher, why the angle remains the same. I am damned if I know.
The only thing we can come to the conclusion is that the stars do not obey our concepts of geometry. That doesn't mean the ground doesn't.
Well, I mean, if it's a nonlinear relationship, it does. Be a logarithmic relationship optically.
What does that mean?
It just a curved. There's a curved limit. I mean, I would never say it ultimately defies our geometry. That's not true. So.
Okay, if it obeyed our geometry, as you raised in height, you'd get closer to it.
Okay.
But it doesn't do that. So it doesn't obey our geometry, Witsit.
Wait. So you're saying if we go crazy high in the sky, the star will stay the same place?
Do you have no idea how the stars behave, Witsit? Have you ever actually looked at them?
Please tell me where you made a measurement over 180.
I asked you a question. Based on your question, I'm just going to make a statement of fact. You have no idea how the stars behave, do you, Witsit?
Yeah, I know.
You just asked me. You just asked me if at height they wouldn't change even a little bit. Do you want to ask me that again? And I'll just declare it again that you haven't got the slightest idea what the stars do. Why do you talk about the stars?
If you want to be retarded and act like it counts for a
answer that question. Answer your own question then. Do they change even a little bit as you go up in height, Witsit? Answer that for me.
We wouldn't know because you'd
we do know.
Extreme height.
Yeah, we do know, Witsit. You don't know. Why do you?
Well, you don't know.
Let's just stop talking a second, please, Witsit. Do you mind, Witsit? I'm trying to respond. Why is Witsit now chanting through me? Can you stop Witsit from chanting through me?
Let's not turn this
Excuse me, I was in the middle of something. Witsit's decided that because he's being corrected, he's going to chant through me. Can you stop him from doing that, please?
That's not what happened. You interrupted me. You interrupted me 3 times.
Right, Witsit doesn't know what the stars do. He's asked a question. Now it seems I'm being perpetually chanted through. I'm going to just state a fact. Witsit doesn't know how the stars work. He's asked a question about whether or not they'll change at altitude. That tells me unequivocally he doesn't know how they work.
Well, do you have like a measurement of like a boat?
I'm talking to Witsit. Talking to Witsit. Talking to Witsit.
And longitude, and then like a helicopter above it or a balloon right above it and measures the same star angle?
Sorry, I was
They
talking
don't.
to Witsit.
Absolutely don't.
Excuse me. As he's running the show, it's a show that he's throwing here. So please refrain. He said he was talking to Witsit. Please do not continue, Tora.
Witsit,
Okay, so
based on
I'm
your
not
question,
talking about minor.
that means
God,
not that means I was talking to you. That's not your invitation to start taking control of the conversation. Witsit, it's the second time he's done it,
This
Mods.
is why no
Second
one
time he's done
watches your
it.
show.
Second time he's done it. He understands that I'm about to start telling him something, so he starts jabbering first. No, Witsit. No, I'm the one telling you something, and he's not going to stop. So this tactic's never going to end, is it? This tactic's never going to end. I'm never going to get my chance. Now Raki is doing it.
Hold on,
Everybody's
guys.
white
This is such a
knighting.
joke.
Can you take
Guys,
control?
stop.
What's going on? I'll try again.
You asked me a
Control right
question.
now.
Someone else.
No, I haven't asked anything. I'm going to tell you something when you finally stop waffling because you know something's coming your way. I'm telling you, you don't have any justification to be talking about what the stars do based on that question you've asked me. To ask that question tells me in no uncertain terms that you, Witsit, do not know how the stars behave. That's a fact. Answer your own
You're gonna
question.
chant through me.
Answer
there
your
you
own
go.
question.
Because I interrupted him right then. Yeah. This dude is such a joke. Somehow he comes in this server and then calls me all kinds of names, and then I go to respond and I get server muted 3 times. Since when
Yeah,
did that
let's just-
happen?
I don't know. Let's just all go one at a time, please, guys.
Okay. I'm not talking about minor elevation changes. The stars are very far away. If you weren't retarded, you would know that. I'm talking about immense distant changes. You wouldn't know if they change or not unless you have evidence of a measurement super high in the sky, which you don't. So claiming that they don't obey geometry is a stupid claim. Thank you.
Sorry, they don't
It's
obey
not
our
my fault.
geometry because when we raise in elevation, they stay at the same angle measurement. Now, if they obeyed our geometry, like a lighthouse, if I'm standing next to a lighthouse and I measure the angle up to it and I'm having to crick my neck to look up it, and it's a 80-foot lighthouse, yeah? If I raise up 80 foot, guess what? It's no longer an angle measurement. I'm straight parallel with it, aren't I? Because I've raised up and it obeys how we interpret things to be measurable with angles when we have a relationship with them with height. As you go up, the angle decreases. You raise in elevation with respect to the lighthouse, the angle you measure decreases. The stars do not do that, Witsit.
Hey, does the amount that the angle changes vary with distance? Yes or no?
For the stars?
Yes or no?
For the stars?
You can't answer yes or no.
Sorry,
To
for
anything.
the stars?
Do anything.
Right, and we're talking about the stars and how they do not obey those rules. You don't know that. Now you're laughing.
Hey,
so far, he's
you-
called me retarded, and now he's laughing through the top of my sentences.
Yeah, you called me retarded.
Could you please
first.
mute
You
him
called me
while I
retarded
try and
first.
talk? Because
Guys,
he's now
let's not
jabbering
do
through the
any of
top
that,
of me
please.
and insulting me and calling me retarded. I don't
You
like
called me
it.
retarded first.
Can you please stop
Okay,
him from
but let's
doing this?
not-
I'm trying to reply, and he just won't shut
Yeah,
up.
I can't believe
Please, can
this
you shut
server's
him
gonna
up?
end with it.
Please, guys, let's not call names. No name calling.
Yeah, I'd rather not be called retarded. I'd just like to respond to him without him laughing at
called
me
me
or calling
retarded
me
first.
names, and now he won't shut up.
Whoever
called
did
me a
it
name
first.
first.
Yeah, still doing
whoever
it.
did first,
Still not getting my
stop.
chance to say anything. It's just an endless barrage monologue from Witsit, and he's laughing and calling me names. I am
Projection.
not retarded. Is he ever... Can someone server mute him so I can actually get a chance without Witsit rumpusing me
I'll leave the
continuously?
server if I think Nathan Oakley gets to like run me here.
I'm never going to get a chance to talk,
Bro, he's
obviously.
doing a
Witsit's
show.
not going to allow it, so I'm just going to remove
He
myself from
said
this
my
server.
name, Jeremy.
Okay.
Give me a second, Nathan. Witsit, he's running a show. Same thing as host.
I don't care.
Well, goodbye.
Oh, so when he runs a show, you give him full respect, but he don't want to give the
Yeah,
same
no,
respect.
he's server muted.
Okay.
He is server
Okay,
muted
thank
right
you.
now. Please
Yeah,
stop.
yeah, thank you.
Continue.
I want to speak to the audience. Why are any of you listening to Witsit's garbage about the stars, ether being the stars and their contained area? He doesn't even know how they behave by his own vision. He hasn't even looked at them. He doesn't know what they do. He hasn't got the slightest idea. To tell me that I would be retarded to assert that they don't obey our geometry. They don't. So what does that make Witsit, given he's told me I would be retarded to suggest that they don't obey our geometry? They absolutely do not obey our geometry, and Witsit did not know that. Yet he's peddling an entire faith in ether. He's never even looked at them, has he? This is a bit of a revelation. This is a bit embarrassing. Is this Witsit jabbering through me again? While I point out to this audience and this server, the Witsit, the man who jabbers on with long, incessant words that he doesn't probably know the meaning of, about the sky and the stars, has never even observed what they do with his own 2 eyes, and has got the gall to call me retarded for suggesting that they don't obey our geometry, when they don't. So no, Witsit, how dare you call me retarded? I would suggest that a man that doesn't even know how the stars behave based on his own bloody vision of them shouldn't be going around telling people about ether. It's a disgrace. Before you start peddling this garbage that you cannot prove, I suggest that you actually learn what the stars do with your own eyes first. Like I've done. Like everybody on my panel's done. But you've got the nerve to call me retarded for knowing what they do. This is an absolute disgrace.
Is there a point here?
Earth is not flat. Earth is not flat.
Can I ask a question?
Of who?
No, wait. Just because he's running a show doesn't mean he can say my name and talk crazy about me. And then when I go to respond, he gets to scream over me, and then I get muted. Some moderator enlighten me how he can say my name and talk about me. Then I go to respond and don't get to because he's running a show. Someone enlighten me.
Because you're responding through him. Let him finish.
All right, go ahead.
No one's gonna respond.
Yes, let's all keep it, please, guys. Let's not turn this into a mess, and we all go one at a time. None of the insults and name calling and personal attacks, please. Just this is your chance. Respond to his point.
Well, yeah, let's rewind for a second. I very calmly said I wouldn't say that. It could be a different type of relationship based on vision. That's a fact. I then asked him a simple question he couldn't answer, which is, does the amount the angle changes vary with distance? The answer is yes. If something's further away, the rate at which the angle changes is different than if something's closer to you. This is like 5th grade stuff.
Okay, no
if
worries.
Something's closer to me,
I heard the first time.
Increase my elevation, my angle to it changes faster, right?
That's twice. I heard the first time, the second time. Okay, can you give me an exact measured distance to a star to back that, please? Go.
No, I'm talking about a basic principle of how vision works. If something's closer to me, does the angle that I measure to it change at a different rate based on its distance?
I don't know. Let's have it with a star's distance and we'll find out, Witsit.
No, we can do it with the lighthouse you brought up. If the lighthouse is closer to me and then I go up higher, is my angle to the lighthouse that I measure going to change faster or slower than when the lighthouse is further away, Oakley?
All right, we're talking about the stars,
you
Witsit.
lost. You're smart enough to know that you lost. Okay, the point is that
we don't have a measured distance to the stars, Witsit. We don't have a measure. It's just ignoring me.
I have no idea how far the stars are, Oakley.
So how can you make that assertion about how they behave when they do not change with altitude?
Okay, listen carefully. I said you can't make the claim that you know they wouldn't ever change at
yes,
high
I can,
altitudes.
and I do. It's a fact. Wow.
It's not
wow.
a fact.
So based on your ignorance, no, I'm not going to let you babble on about unicorns any further. You don't know how the stars behave. Stop talking about them.
He just got wrecked. Anyone in this room that acts like he didn't just get wrecked is lying so hard, coping so hard. So the stars are super far away. We don't know what rate that the angle to them
Give
would
me a
change.
distance.
So we wouldn't.
Give me a distance.
We wouldn't know. Far away.
What's that in meters?
I don't claim a distance.
So far away. So you don't claim a distance. You've just said they're far away. You double-speaking clown.
They literally would obey our understanding of geometry if they're super far away. We wouldn't expect.
So you don't know how far. You don't claim a distance, but now they're super far away, therefore obeying our geometry.
How can you make a claim of exclusivity of geometry if you don't have a distance? How can
because
you say
they don't
obey
obey
geometry if you don't have a distance?
Sorry, do you need to repeat? Do you need to keep asking the same question? And then hopefully, if you keep saying it again and again and keep talking, I won't get to answer. Please, can the moderator shut him up while I answer him?
Repeat my question.
You asked about measuring them based on distance and the distance being far. I pointed out, you totally ignored it, that you don't know the distance. Furthermore, they do not alter in angle as you raise in height.
Okay. How can you make a claim of exclusivity of whether or not it obeys laws of geometry if you don't know the actual distance to them? Answer the question.
Because they don't obey the rules. They don't change in angle as you raise in elevation. The guy's thick. I don't know what else to say. I've said it 4 times.
Wait. How would you know what rate they need to raise?
Because I've looked at them, Witsit, unlike you.
How would you know the rate that they need to raise?
They don't change. There's no rate. They're not changing. What part of this aren't you? Why does anybody give any credence to what Witsit says about the sky after this discussion? Any credibility? I have no idea. He literally doesn't know how they behave to his own vision. That tells me he's never even looked at them.
Okay, you made the claim that they don't obey the laws of geometry.
No, they don't. They don't, because I've looked at them.
In order to make that claim, you would
It's
need
not
to
a claim,
know the
it's a
distance of
fact.
them.
It's not a claim, it's a fact.
It can only be considered a fact based on how high you've gone, which is definitely not
No, it's an entire principle of navigation, you stupid man.
Guys, please, man, come on.
It's a principle of
simple,
navigation. I'm going to respond to him, hopefully without him chanting the same sodding thing through me. No, Witsit, it's not a claim, it's a principle of navigation. The fact that you have parallels to the GP, because they are the same angle at all elevations, is a principle used to navigate. You're telling me like it's a claim. No, Witsit, you just don't know how the stars behave, son. And it's very telling and kind of pathetic.
No, I know that at the surface, with minor elevation changes, we treat them as if it's the same, and there's no noticeable difference. That's expected.
Is that how things?
Stars are.
Sorry, and that's how things behave normally. Is that how things normally behave? Is that how a lighthouse would
cut my
behave?
conclusion off, you'll be right somehow. So
Yeah,
that's
sorry. When you're
expected
done,
if
just
the
let me
stars
know.
are
Everyone else,
I
can you
will.
mute
Don't
your
worry,
mics
I
because I
will.
can hear scratchy, horrible background noises. If you're not talking, please
That
mute.
is
Somebody was hot
expected.
mic and I got him.
Yeah, thank you,
If the
Witsit.
stars are super far away, it is expected.
I heard that
we
4
wouldn't-
times.
Okay, so then you
Yeah,
can't
I'd just
make the
like to
claim-
respond instead of the same diatribe and repetition
I
16
can't. I mean,
times.
it's just insane. Like he's scared is what's happening.
Does he ever shut up? Witsit,
You forced me to,
when
so
you
go
raise
ahead.
in altitude, yeah, to the stars, do they behave the same as the lighthouse, like we would expect in conventional geometry? Is that what the
We
stars
wouldn't
do?
expect that. The lighthouse is way closer.
And we know the
You're getting
distance of the
destroyed.
He's just scared, ladies and gentlemen. He just needs to keep his mic open indefinitely while he's getting this absolute pummeling and being exposed as not knowing how the stars work. It's plainly obvious to everybody listening as he incessantly and continually interrupts me that he doesn't understand that when we raise in altitude with an object that we know how high it is, we can see a change in angle. With the stars, where we don't know how high they are, they don't change in angle. That does not obey conventional geometry. And that principle is set in stone for navigation. Witsit started this discussion by telling me that it was, quote, retarded to assert that they don't obey our standard geometry, end quote, Witsit. No, Witsit, they do not obey standard geometry. You've obviously never even looked at them.
Okay, so
I
it
can
is
see what
just a
he's-
fact. It's just
Go
a
ahead,
fact
Witsit.
that the rate at which they would change with elevation is relative
They
to the distance
don't!
away.
Why do you keep telling the rate of change that they would change? They don't.
So let me try. All right, but Oakley, real quick. Say you have something like helicopter and it's 100,000 feet in the air, just hovering there, and you make an angle to it, right? And then let's say you move up a millimeter, like would your angle change to that? Is that kind of the thing you're getting at with it?
No, I don't
Yeah, it would
do
be
that.
no
It's not a
measurable,
principle I'm
noticeable
using.
difference.
No, I don't do that. No. But in celestial navigation, you can take an angle to a star from any altitude and it will be the same regardless. So in terms
Answer
of
his
what your
question.
example plays out with a helicopter, I honestly can't think of any practical application or use in the real world for that. Meanwhile, the fact that the stars do not obey standard geometry, and it is definitely, unlike what Witsit charged me with, not retarded to state that as fact when an entire navigation principle is based on it, just tells me that Witsit doesn't know how the stars behave. That's all it really tells me. That this clown who goes around talking about ether doesn't ever actually look at the stars with his own bloody eyes.
Personal attack. Another personal attack. How many does it take to have the show moved? Is this the show you want here?
Oh, listen to the white knight right here. Go get him, David.
No, I just don't like the personal
Go get
attacks.
him.
Yeah. Why personal attacking and complain about being personally attacked?
So let me get it straight. Did Rakia? Sorry, just for a second, Rakia. Sorry, I didn't hear you objecting when he called me retarded.
I tried to get in and got muted, Nathan.
Yeah, guys, please. Just moving forward. Let's just all do this civilly. No personal attacks. Let's try not to, no insults or any of that. Please, guys. Come on,
Just out of interest. Let's just assess. No, it's been brought up and put on the table. I don't mind addressing it. Let's just assess it so we can get it all out of the way and it won't happen again. We'll go through both. I'm only reasonable. We'll start with Witsit. Witsit said it's retarded to assert that stars don't obey standard geometry. Now, let's just assess that, first of all, as a statement. It's wrong, because it's correct, as opposed to retarded to assert that the stars do not obey standard geometry. They don't. So, Witsit was wrong, his insult was uncalled for and unnecessary and factually incorrect. Now,
you insulted me for basis
Oakley, do you hear where I'm coming from? Hold on, let's not rewind that whole thing. Let's just move forward.
Should we just focus on me calling him a clown for going around telling people how the stars are and telling them about how the world is based on the stars and ether fields when he's never observed them with his own eyes? That, to me, is the ramblings of a clown, because only clowns would start telling people how the stars are when they've never even looked at them and don't know how they behave. That's very clown-like.
Seriously.
Yeah, but I challenged you to a debate on ether, and you asked me how much would I pay you to do it because you were so scared. So stop bringing that up.
Right, you don't know how the stars behave. You don't know how the stars behave, Witsit. I don't need any help. I don't need any help. You don't know how the stars behave, Witsit. You had to ask me and then told me I was retarded for asserting that they don't obey standard geometry. They don't. It's not retarded, Witsit. That's what you levelled at me.
Well, I was operating in good faith. Let me respond. So I was operating in good faith, and you cut me off before I asked my question. And this is the 5th time you said I had to ask you because I didn't know. But the question I was asking that you cut off was, I don't know, do you have some type of evidence I have never seen where people are making precise angle measurements to stars at extremely high altitudes? Because I'm quite positive that doesn't exist. So
really?
cite it.
Would you like me to answer you? Did you know that they carry sextants on aeroplanes, Witsit?
That's not extremely high altitudes.
Oh, really?
Really?
Oh, sorry.
The astronauts claim that they use
Let me just run through my scenario.
So, even the hold on, Witsit, you've been top trumped. Even the astronauts claim to be carrying sextants with them. They get as high as is claimed to get that you could get.
Did you just invoke astronauts?
You said not high enough. Do you want to trump that? How high do you need it to be? You can use them, Witsit. I'm still talking. You can use them, Witsit. This is going to be the 7th time I've told him. At any altitude. Any altitude, it never changes. You don't need a different almanac if you're 50,000 feet or 100,000 feet. It's the same almanac, mate. Because the stars, you can still measure the same angle from them. Doesn't matter how high you are. You see, that's weird because you said it would be retarded to say that they don't obey standard geometry. They don't, mate. You can measure the same angle from all altitudes. It's not retarded.
did not
Okay, but
say.
No, I would
did not
say,
that.
I would say that for someone to not know that and to claim it's retarded, and that be the same person that goes around telling people about the sky as an ether, that to me is preposterous. Like, if I was a follower of somebody that was telling me what the sky was and what the ether was, and they were held to task by someone who they just claimed was a retard for making a factually accurate statement about how the stars behave, I would question my faith in you strongly, Witsit, if I was one of your followers. Just saying.
Okay, cool. Well, we'll let the people decide like we did last time. So
They will.
obviously yeah, and they did last time. So it'll be the same thing, by the way. So what I actually said was retarded was to not acknowledge the fact that there's a relationship with change, the rate at which the angle changes in distance. I did not call you retarded, so you called me retarded 3 times. When I first jumped in, I very calmly said, I don't think that I would say we know it doesn't obey laws of geometry. And I'm talking about, for one, the claimed linear relationship, right, the one degree per however many miles or whatever, that can actually be explained by vision. And then the lack of it changing at significantly noticeable rates could simply be explained by the stars being super far away. Okay, you would have to go very, very high to see any noticeable change if the stars are super far away. I gave you a very simple concept that can't be disputed. Lighthouse close, lighthouse far away. The rate of change to the angle changes based on distance. And you started denying that. And I said, that's retarded.
No, I didn't deny it. That was my example, Witsit.
Doesn't know what I'm talking about.
No, it wasn't.
May I point out
used the
that
lighthouse,
it
and then
doesn't
I
matter.
asked 4 times.
Retarded right now.
I asked 4 times, do we all agree that there's a relationship between the rate at which the angle to something in the distance changes relative to its distance? And the answer is obviously yes.
Okay, so you all said the 1 degree of whatever an hour or whatever. What was that exactly? You spoke quite quickly. Do you want to just give me a bit more meat on the bones of that particular? What was it? 1 degree of what now? What were you talking about?
I said the whole 1 degree per 60 nautical miles claim. I never said the word hour. I never didn't know what it was. Like the claimed linear relationship on the globe of 1 degree per 60 nautical miles.
How's that used?
What do you mean, how's it used? They assume that the Earth is curving. We see a declination of the stars. They claim the stars are infinitely far away. They claim they're all at the same distance and that they optically drop because the surface of the Earth is curving.
No.
It could obviously be a product of how we see the stars.
That's not how it's used.
All right, you want to bet $5,000?
Right, you think 1 degree, that's a flat Earth measurement for a start, for every 60 nautical miles. I want to know how that's applied somewhere in maths, how it's useful
I
and
just
practically...
told you how.
I haven't finished, Witsit. How it's useful and practically applied, you start talking about sphere distances. That's wrong. Yeah? So we're testing your acumen. You seem to be speaking very quickly about 1 degree for 69 miles. How is that actually put into practical use? Where's it used? Put it into an equation that's actually used in practical life. Go.
I just explained it.
Explain it again, slower.
The stars drop at a certain rate in relation to distance. It's actually not entirely accurate. It varies slightly. They claim that if there's a 1-to-1 linear relationship because there's a celestial sphere of infinite stars around a presupposed globe, they say the linear relationship proves the Earth's a globe. That's what you guys have ignored for 5 years while only talking about the same argument for 5 years.
It doesn't seem to be listening to me. How is this practically applied in the real world? Not to make a fantasy sphere. How do we use it in the real world, Witsit? This is the stars and their uses. And so far,
I just explained it.
You haven't, Witsit. Otherwise, I wouldn't be asking the question again now, would I? I know the answer, and you hear my panel itching to give the answer. All of they know too. You brought up...
Me, please.
1 degree for every 60 nautical miles. That's what you've given. That's a nice little bit of jargon. Now tell us where it's actually, practically, usefully applied in the real world. Not to invent a sphere religion, which is what you've tried 3 times. Do you know how it's going to be practically used?
When you're going a certain distance, to estimate your distance based on the change in the position of the stars.
You don't estimate it. Why are you saying estimate? We're making measurements with this stuff, Witsit.
We don't make constant measurements in
Yeah,
real
we
life,
do.
actually. We make a measure. No, we don't.
Witsit, we
You
do.
want to
We
bet
make.
5 grand on that? You want to bet 5 grand on
It's
that?
called celestial navigation, my friend. We're making
Do you
angle
want to bet 5
measurements.
grand on it?
Yeah, it's called celestial navigation, mate. We're definitely making
We make
measurements.
periodic measurements.
Does
of
he
the
need to
sky,
chant
right?
through every single time I point out how wrong he is? Can you shut up, boy? No, we make measurements, boy. You're wrong, boy. Now shut up, boy. You don't know how this is practically applied, do you?
This is the show you want here, huh, Jeremy? You approve this, huh?
I already answered.
Nope, none of the two.
No, that's not gonna
being
work,
a
bro.
pussy,
That's not gonna
Dave.
work. Don't do that again,
Sorry.
Nathan. Don't do that again, Nathan.
What?
I'm just
Tell
saying,
him to shut up while he's belligerent and talking through me every time I correct him.
Yes,
No,
then
boy.
tell him boy
Yes,
and don't
boy.
talk like that. Yes.
No, boy. That's what's disrespectful, boy. That. Man.
Oh, look who's back. Stacy, the biggest disrespecter.
Okay,
Oh
well,
my
no
God.
worries. I'll just make my conclusions.
Guys,
I'll
please,
make my
guys. Come on,
conclusions.
man.
No worries.
How many
The
days?
snowflakes
How
are
many
done,
days
having their
can
little
we do a
moment.
show that we don't have all this? We invite Nathan to have a show here.
Hey, Nathan, just
And meanwhile, while we get
do
further
it.
and further away from the point, and Neil makes it more and more distant
You
also.
have nowhere else to go.
Yeah,
Fuck.
Do
yeah,
we
I'm trying to
have
make
the
a
angle
conclusion.
measurement?
Trying to make a conclusion. In which it doesn't know what or how this will be practically applied. He's made 3 attempts of turning it into a sphere for some reason. That's not a practical application in the real world.
That's not what I said. I said to determine distance based on how far the stars drop when you travel on the Earth.
How'd you do it?
You just measure the angle to the star as you travel on the Earth.
Then what?
Then you equate it to a distance based on a relationship between the two, which of course in fairy tale globeland they assume is a linear relationship.
No,
That
in
is
the real
how-
world. No, you keep trying to take this to a globe. No, none of us are trying to get back on the globe. Can you stop doing that? How do you do that? How do you get the distance with the angle? Witsit?
As it drops 1 degree, it's 60 nautical miles. It's very simple. You make a measurement angle.
No, you're not measuring
make
it
angle
drop.
measurement.
So, no. You're not measuring it drop, Witsit. You're just measuring its position and angle and taking the time when you do it. Do you not know how this is done then? You're not measuring
That's
it dropped.
literally what I
I'll just
pointed
try and
out
repeat
was
myself.
that-
It's just every single time. I mean, maybe if I say, can you stop
This is
doing
why,
that?
like maybe 30
Yeah, I'm
people
still
watched, bro.
talking. He's still trying to segue. No, Witsit. I'm trying to get you to detail how it's practically applied. But you haven't done it yet.
Yes, I have actually.
No, you have not.
So I pointed out earlier that obviously we make periodic measurements, and then based on the amount of degrees that a certain star has changed, we then can get a distance. You then said, no, we're constantly making it. I offered you a $5,000 bet. You got really quiet. Obviously, it's periodic. Now you're trying to point out to me that it's periodic, and you have to write the time down because then you go make a periodic measurement, compare the time, compare the angle, and then say, okay, so how far we've gone. You're not in any way refuting anything I've said. This is just some weird little game you're playing. And what's the point of it, actually?
Witsit. Nobody's watching a star dropping towards the horizon at 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles. That is not how this function is done. You don't know how it's done. Do you?
Neither do you. Well, okay. First of all, you absolutely can do it that way. And do you want to place a bet?
give me
that I
a
can cite
distance
it?
to a GP with that method. Based on your description of watching a star drop to the horizon at a rate of 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles, tell me how you find your position on a map with that. Go.
Whoa, notice how he moved the goalpost to finding my position and knowing the distance to ground position. Now, of course, that wasn't what I said. I said to know how long of a distance you've traveled. So that was pretty nice little sleight of hand. I guess it might work with other people, but not
Okay, give us that then. Okay, give us that then. Give us that. Give us a distance travelled based on an angle to star dropping towards the horizon. How are you going to extrapolate out a distance with that? Go ahead, give us the maths.
I've said it 3 times. So if the star is measured to be displaced a degree, then it is interpreted as a certain distance, specifically 60 nautical miles. if you have some profound evidence that all of the almanacs and all of the literature is wrong, please enlighten me. Okay, I'm not going to keep repeating it though.
And we will practically use that how? That was my initial question. How's this practically applied? So tell me how you'll now practically apply that information.
Well, I said how you could
if he's in a
practically
fixed
apply
position,
it.
the star is still going to
No,
go
don't give
away.
him any help. Let him dig his own hole. He clearly doesn't know how this is done. It's obvious to me. He knows he's drowning. He knows he doesn't know how to explain it. He doesn't know how to explain how to put this into practical application. He keeps telling me he's already done it and telling me he's bet me $5,000.
Yeah, and you didn't take it.
Yeah, but he's away from the original claim.
You want to take it now?
The angle to the zenith line wouldn't change with altitude, because the zenith line is a vertical line, regardless if you are at surface level or on the top of a mountain or on an airplane. Your baseline to the zenith line, it's a 90-degree angle.
Okay, when
That's
did
a
I
flat
say
Earth measurement. You're not talking about celestial
I didn't hear the
navigation.
end
You're
of
talking about
George's
something
statement.
else,
I'm
man.
sorry. Witsit was doing to him what he was doing to me. Sorry, George, I didn't get to hear that. Witsit got triggered in the middle of it and decided to chant through you.
He's a straw man.
Well, I'll say it again. A zenith line from the star to the GP ground position, that zenith line is a vertical line. You need to have a horizontal line meeting that vertical line at 90 degrees, regardless if you're on the surface of the Earth or on the top of a mountain or even further up on a airplane or whatever. You need to have a horizontal line meeting that zenith line at 90 degrees.
Yeah.
It's not changing.
Yes.
You said it was
So
receding.
it's defying the geometry.
So Witsit, you told us receding towards horizon at a rate comparable to miles in degree. No. What George has just explained to you in terms of what we actually do is we measure a position below it 90 degrees to your position. That's what we're actually doing. Nothing's moving towards the horizon at a rate here, Witsit. Quite the contrary. Not at all. In fact, we need to know. There's him chanting through me again when I hadn't finished my statement.
Yes, you did, Witsit. It's all recorded.
You want to bet $5,000?
Maybe if you turn it into a bet, maybe a bit of overconfidence will make the audience think that you're really winning here. No, Witsit, we're exposing you, Witsit. You don't know how the stars work. You don't know what they're used for, how to practically apply them. You don't know anything about them. It's obvious.
You're just chanting.
So I just think that we're talking past each other. First, not we.
Well, who's doing that, Eli? Because I'm clearly not.
Why
doing
you have
that.
to? You don't have to interrupt me, bro. I'm listening to the conversation. I waited for a chance to speak. I'm not saying that. Look, all I'm saying is, I think you're talking past each other. You were clearly talking about the 60 nautical miles per degree. So you're talking about the position change with respect to the horizon. Now, you did just say that's not what I'm talking about, but you did say that. And George and Nathan, from when I first came in, were trying to talk about how there's no change in the angle to the star the higher up you go. And you keep talking about 60 nautical miles per degree, which would have to do with the change in relation to your distance towards the equator. So I feel
That's
like
what I
y'all are
said.
talking about two different things. I know, but he's saying, okay, so how is that practically applied then versus what he's saying?
I hear you, but right, but that's okay. So I never said that when you change altitude, your zenith's going to change. That's ridiculous, right? If I don't think I did, but if I said drops towards the horizon, then I misspoke because obviously if you're traveling towards it, the star's going to come towards you. I don't think I said that, but I might have said it in relation to the horizon. If
I'm
I
not
said
saying you said that. I'm not saying you said that. You guys are saying two different things, so you're responding to two different things. I'm pointing. It's not like you misspoke in saying what you just said. I'm just saying you're talking about one thing. He's talking about another thing. So let's just try to get it on to like pick what you guys are actually talking about. You could say, look, bro, I don't know where you're going. How about you tell me how it's practically used? That's also a possibility for us to have like an amicable conversation versus this weird. I mean, I hate this shit.
Yeah, but let's just like if anyone rewinds it and they hear me jump in, they're gonna hear me be super soft spoken and just say, I don't know that I would.
God, I can't
I don't know.
handle this, man.
You
Well,
can't
yeah,
handle
but
truth.
we trying to keep it on topic. Let's just forget about.
I'm
Fine, let's get it.
literally
Okay, I'll
trying
get
to
it back on
recap
topic.
what I
No
said.
worries.
Let's
Okay,
fund
no
you mute
worries, no
him.
worries. This is a flat Earth proof, right? We're talking about measuring along the base to the position below a star, and that's GP, so we can save our lives if we're lost. Now, in terms of practical application of these stars, when we measure the stars, somebody's off mute. Gary Wabenga. Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, because I'm making my conclusion. We use the Earth as a flat plane so that we can have ground positions on that plane be useful to find our position with the stars. The way it's done is you measure your angle to a star, and then you minus that angle from 90 and times it by 60. That will give you the distance in nautical miles to the GP, so that on a map you can draw a circle with that radial value. Now, if you do that twice, or potentially if you're still in the middle of the ocean and have got nothing else to give you your fix, 3 times, you can find your exact location. But the way to do it is to measure the angle to the star and mark the exact time. That's why seafarers carry a chronometer. That's why it was so critically important that they matched the time of day at port with a port-based time system. So we have a system at Greenwich where they drop a great big bell that you can watch. It's like a giant globe-shaped sphere that they drop from a bell tower that takes 60 seconds to drop, so that from the sea you can watch it and time the exact moment that it reaches the bottom to synchronize your clock, so that when you take the angle and say mark and write down the exact time, you can look up the time in the almanac that star that you've just measured is above. So you know the exact position above the ground where that star is. Now, that angle, measured at port or measured out at sea or measured in an aeroplane or measured in a hot air balloon, is the same measurement at all elevations. This is the main point of the discussion. It doesn't change as you raise up in height. If you were in a helicopter, for the sake of argument, and the helicopter could fly this high, and it was 50,000 feet above you, that is to say, the helicopter is at your zenith. There's somebody hot micing right in the middle of my bloody example. The helicopter's directly above your zenith position, so you're below the helicopter on the ground, holding a sextant, and the helicopter is above you, 50,000 feet in the air, with a sextant, and you both measure the same star. You will both get the same angle measurement.
Of course. Right. So I did not, nor do I, disagree with any of that. Okay.
Why the hell would
ridiculous. Exactly. So why are you saying it as if it's a rebuttal to me? I simply jumped in.
Well, is that rhetorical, or do I get to answer? Because when I asserted that the stars... 3 words. Because when I asserted... Second attempt. When I attempted to tell you for the 3rd time that the stars do not obey our geometry, you told me about linear relationships. You told me about... What was the other one you said? Something about their physicality. That if we knew their distance, it would not be unreasonable to assert that they would change in angle. That's what you said. They don't change in angle. And the fact that they don't change in angle, in spite of your protestations and retardation suggestions that if we knew distance, which we don't, I already covered it, then it would be reasonable to suggest that they would change in angle. No, an entire navigation principle is based on the fact that they don't, Witsit. That's why I'm having to go through it, because you bloody challenged it.
Okay, so what I actually said was we wouldn't be able to make any claims of exclusivity about the fact that they defy geometry, okay? And I brought up one point, which I thought this is what flat earthers typically run from, including your entire panel, which is the whole relationship with degrees and distance. Even that, being a supposed linear relationship, is in no way a threat to flat earth. That was my point. That's a geometry thing. And then when it comes to them not changing at smaller elevations, cool, they're really far away. I mean, even if they're not millions of light years away, they could just be 1,000 miles away. That's pretty far away. I don't know how far away they are. None of us do. Not the
Argument
point.
from
The point is that we
ignorance.
don't know. We don't know how far away they are. We cannot claim to know that they defy geometry.
Yeah, I can.
Right? Just like he said.
Keeps doing it.
Like he said.
Keeps doing it.
Holy shit, that's the point!
Stop swearing, Neil.
But hold on.
No,
hold on.
you've just done. Hello. Yeah, it's okay. I'm the one who's taking him through it. Yeah.
Yeah, but he wasn't done. You need to wait to finish.
Done defying me for the
wasn't even a
7th
point of
time.
contention. It was a very calm, like, input to the conversation, which was intended to be fruitful and productive, which is we don't really know what the stars are, how far away they are. We don't know what happens when you get really, really high. We don't really know. All we have is limited data based on measurements relatively close to the ground in the grand scheme of things, and they don't appear to change to any noticeable degree when we change in altitude. That's cool, but I don't know what happens if I was to go 400,000 or 500,000 feet in the air. I don't care what people assume.
Argument from ignorance.
No, you're making a claim based on something that can't be verified.
It's celestial navigation.
Nathan, say it again, Nathan.
What, for the 8th time? So one looks.
Well, no, don't say it for the 8th time. Can I look? The reason here's the problem. You responded with a red herring, Witsit, because what we do know, it's not about what we don't know. What we do know is that as high as we can go, and as high as it's been recorded, we rely on the fact that from a horizontal plane of reference, the stars are going to be at the same exact angle. You don't deny that. You're like, duh, we all know that. Great. So that specifically is why Nathan is saying, well, unlike things terrestrially, the stars don't behave that way. And when terrestrially, if you go high up, the angle to something terrestrially would change. That's not how the stars work. So that's what he's talking about. And you're refuting what he's saying with a red herring.
No,
okay,
it
but let me
wasn't a red
pose something.
herring.
Hold on, Witsit, real quick. Witsit, real quick. Let me pose something though, real quick. Let's say you're on the ground, you're at sea level, you're looking at the top of a mountain. It's miles high, right? And then you move your theodolite up 1/10 of a millimeter. Are you going to notice an angle change? Does anyone know the answer to that question?
It's obviously no.
Yes.
Yes, you'll do.
Oh my God.
Witsit says no. Everyone else says yes. What the hell?
Can I add something here that's the most important point? According to the globe, right, when it comes to, let's just say Polaris, right, when you go south, when you're north of the equator and you go due south, Polaris appears to drop in the sky. When you go due north, Polaris appears to rise in the sky. And they claim it's because Earth curve is either getting in your way or getting out of your way. Now, if I'm at 45 degrees north latitude, I'll have a 45-degree angle. And the bowlers claim that it's because I have a 45 degrees being blocked by Earth curve. But if I'm in if there's someone that's in an airplane 6 miles above me, they also get 45 degrees. So where is Earth curve? Blocking their.
I agree.
Sorry, blocking their view. That's the most important thing. We're arguing about something that we can't prove. You know what I mean?
Brother, I agree with you. I agreed with the whole argument that Nathan had laid out. I almost jumped in with the people that were being semantic because it's obviously deviation from the horizontal baseline is a red herring. What I said wasn't, though, because someone said this made a definitive claim that the stars defy our understanding of geometry, and that is not something that we can say.
No, he didn't say that. He didn't say that.
He literally did.
He said they don't obey our geometry.
Yeah, they don't. Like,
okay.
I mean, that's a true statement. They don't.
Okay, so
because
if
they
I
don't.
say that they defy it,
yeah, it's because they don't
obey it.
That's because they don't obey it.
Okay, but do you understand? Does everyone agree that if something was far enough away and the amount of distance you changed in relation to it was small enough?
Here we go, round and round and round we go.
Like,
they don't
why is it that you have to shut off
Witsit. Regardless of your red herring, regardless of the red herring we've dealt with.
It's not a red herring.
Do you mind? Regardless of the red herring we have dealt with multiple times, yeah? The stars Do not do that. Coming up with a hypothetical example where we do know the distance and it's very far, like you've exampled about 6 times, is an argument from ignorance. We aren't going to a point where they do change, and every height we can go to, they don't change. So your argument's silly. Can you stop making it repeatedly, please?
Dude, you literally interrupted me, and then you said, "May I?" Like,
Come on,
you're
Witsit.
delusional, dude.
The angle
Like,
is the same, Witsit. Nothing to do with distance. It's
I
the angle. The angle.
agree that on a small scale, close to the surface of the Earth, there's no detectable change
Witsit!
that can be
Why can't you just
measured.
accept the fact that you're wrong?
Can you
What is
guys
it with
let
you?
Witsit
Neo,
talk?
You got that much
Neo.
pride that
Come
you
on.
can't just say, you know what?
Nathan,
You're right.
Nathan,
No,
control
They
Neo.
don't
I
obey
don't
our
want to forever mute you.
geometry.
It's because
no,
everybody... Okay, let me just
the
appeal
proper
to SE
critique.
for a
The
second.
proper
Everyone else
critique is
except
that
SE
he's
for just a second. The problem, SE, is that he's never conceding, right? He's got it wrong multiple times. He never accepts that he's got anything wrong, but he will reassert that if we know the very far distance, then it's not reasonable to say that they don't obey our geometry. He's said that about 9 times now. Now, that means that he's in no way acknowledging the facts that are on the table when those facts form a principle of navigation that would fall apart at the seams if what he postulates about them changing with height, because if they're very far and we know they are, we don't. This pie-in-the-sky speculation is getting irritating. That is why
That is a
Neil's
straw man.
yammering through the top
That
of
is a
him.
straw
No, it's
man.
not. It's not a straw
That is,
man.
yes,
First
it
of
is.
all,
But you
it's what
won't
I
let me
wanted to
talk,
talk
though.
about the.
just
It's
let him
about the
talk, guys.
mountain. It's a.
Regardless of what you think, why not just let him get
Well,
his
I jumped
sentence
in.
out, and
I
then you
jumped
can
in before
say,
Witsit though. I jumped in before Witsit because I wanted to jump in
I had
before
literally
Nathan,
been interrupted
but I
for the
wanted to
5th time
jump
in a
in before
row.
Neil even.
Go
Before
ahead.
Neil even. So
okay,
I'm
say your
hammering you.
piece, and then
I
let
was just
Witsit
gonna.
speak.
I will. I promise. All I wanted to point out was that it was an unnecessary addition that he would say that he would even imply a vague distance. Like there is no distance, it's just ambiguous. We're just talking about, well, due to the relative short distance on the Earth versus the stars, like we can make this argument that well, they're really far away, so it could be that it's not going to change it to a degree that we would see because we're not getting far enough. However, it obeys other geometric laws or whatever the case is. But again, that you can't justify that. That's a red herring, number one, from what Nathan was talking about. And number two, it's just what I wanted to talk about before I came onto the show, which is a Mott and Bailey fallacy, in which you agree to the things that we do know or do can describe based on what we see, and we're going to argue for a premise that we can't actually uh, prove. And it's like, well, there is no distance.
Bro,
There's
this
no
is
reason to say, well, it could be so high that you wouldn't see a relative change. However, my argument is still the same. I mean, there's fallacy on top of fallacy, bro.
it literally is no fallacy. So this was a bunch of straw
Well
mans.
done,
Okay.
Eloy. Hold on. Acknowledge that.
Immediate.
That was well done, Eloy.
Neo.
And that's exactly what he's doing. And I'm tired of it.
I'm not
Finish
saying.
his sentence, guys. Please, come on.
My only point was because we don't know the distance, we can make no definitive geometric claims. If it's within the
Yeah, we can.
articulated, if it's
I'm leaving
dude,
this shit.
Yeah, it's just going to repeat the textbook argument from ignorance fallacy, because we can't travel into a sky vacuum. We can't say the sky vacuum's not real. Yeah, we can. It's an argument from ignorance fallacy
we
that
can
is used
obviously make
repeatedly.
claims within an articulation of the data that we have access to, right? That's cool. That's cool. Whatever. No one's disputing that. You're making definitive claims about what the stars do or do not do, and then you're trying to flip it on me like I'm the one doing that. No, I'm not claiming they do or do not obey geometry. That's because I know if they're far enough away, in theory, you wouldn't really see a detectable change in the angle as you increase to the height of a plane. Okay? And if you want to deny that, you deny basic geometry. And so you can agree or disagree. It was just a point. And I also tried to make it
Okay,
very
thank you.
fruitful and productive to also bring up just the fact that we see
Can I
them
address that
change at a
point?
certain rate.
So just going to scattergun? No, it's called an argument
Really?
from ignorance fallacy, based on the fact that I have actually looked at what they do and understand how they work and how they've saved lives at sea. I can unequivocally declare that they don't obey our geometric principles. They don't. Now, you might say, I'm quite happy to say I don't know that whether or not they could be shown to be able to defy them or not. Yeah, well, that's because you don't know Witsit. That's what I've been trying to point out this entire show, that you don't know. And I do. And I'm telling you that they don't obey our principles of geometry. It's that simple.
Extrapolation fallacy.
They would still obey geometric principles if
Also,
they're
you
super
invented
far
a distance
away.
the gas would fill. Okay.
That's a fact. What I just said is a
This
fact.
far away distance would gas fill it. This far away distance would gas fill it.
Well, I'm not claiming what's in space or with the stars. What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, do you claim ether?
You claimed the distance.
What
You claimed the distance.
You guys don't want to debate me about
So
ether.
would
Let's be
gas
real.
fill this distance?
I don't know what's between us and the stars. I just answered that.
But if it's a vast distance, then gas would be filling it and we'd be dead, wouldn't we?
You claimed the distance.
What? What if the stars are outside of containment?
Hold on, before we move on, Witsit does have a valid point. If you're making a theodolite measurement to the top of the mountain that's miles high, and you move your theodolite up a tenth of a millimeter, I don't think you'd be able to detect any angular change. Now, maybe you would. Maybe if the mountain was a few miles higher, you wouldn't. I'm just saying the point's valid. To know that geometry doesn't apply to them is kind of.
Right, Jeremy, you saying I don't think you might or might not be able to... If you raise in altitude to a mountain, there is a change. That's a fact.
Yeah, but a tenth of a millimeter.
Yeah, that's a change.
A fraction of.
Yes, that's a change, isn't it?
I know, but
yes, that's a change.
Yeah,
would you be able to measure it?
Yes.
Would you now measure a different angle to the top of the mountain?
Yes, it would change slightly.
My point is, there's obviously some point that it would fall below your ability to measure it. Can everyone in the room just acknowledge that basic principle of
Shark
logic?
minutes, shark seconds.
I mean, it's just so simple.
Yeah, I don't know about the relationship.
I can easily accept that. Yeah, I can accept that if you're changing in height, that you'll get a change in angle to a mountain. Yeah, I can say that that's a perfectly acceptable statement. The stars don't do that, though.
No, what I said is, can we all agree that we have instruments that they measure to a specific sensitivity, right? And if the change fell below that sensitivity, you wouldn't be able to measure a difference, even though it did technically change.
So is that by your standard to suggest that the stars might then change?
Wait, why are you not answering my question?
I'm asking if the inference to your question is to suggest that the stars would ever change in angle when raising in altitude.
Oh, we're not inferring anything. We have to
Oh,
go
I
step
am.
by step.
No, I am.
So you're
I'm not inferring. I'm telling you a fact.
So you're avoiding it in bad faith, is what?
No, I'm telling you a fact. That the angle not changing, the fact that the stars do not obey principles of geometry and angles when measuring things and changing in height, means that you can get the world to be perfectly flat and have an almanac that works everywhere at all altitudes because of the majesty of the heavens and the fact that they don't change in angle when raising in altitude. The very same thing I stated originally. I had then 9 repetitions from you, Witsit, of an argument from ignorance fallacy.
It's literally not. See if anyone in the room can be honest, right? So our instruments have a certain level of sensitivity that we can measure, right? And if the change to whatever we're measuring angle to is below that sensitivity, we're not going to be able to know it changed, even though technically, in actuality, it did change. I am not making any claims other than I am pushing back against your positive definitive claim. If you add the caveat of based on anything that we can do on the earth, as high as we can go and measure, it doesn't change, that's cool. But to make this like broad...
I did. I did.
After I jumped in to correct the other guy's statement, which was objectively wrong.
Okay, well, let's get to the nitty-gritty of how this is actually applied. So we're going to test Witsit's understanding of how this is practically useful. what we're going to do with these angle measurements. How we're going to transpose our knowledge of 1 degree for every 1 degree giving us 60 nautical miles. How are we going to transfer that into a practical use when at sea?
Why are you moving the goalposts?
Because I want to know how much you understand about how useful the stars are. Because you have a very specific sky pedal, a grift with ether, and that's directly connected to the stuff in the sky. That's the stars. Now, when we're talking about the stars and the sky and ether, I want the audience to know that there are practical applications for what we can do with the stuff in the sky. Beyond peddling religious rhetoric about what we think it might be useful for in the future, free energy and such like, it does actually have practical uses. So I'm testing to see if you already know how useful it actually is by seeing if you know how to practically apply what we do with the angle measurements to those stars, how we'd use them.
You are moving the goalposts because you just got proven
asking
wrong.
if you know or not.
Move on.
Just asking if you know.
Well, I don't care to move on.
I'm asking if you know.
Faith, but
if we can move on. If you just say, I don't know how to use them.
You're diverting away from the point you're supposed to be conceding.
I'm not supposed to be conceding anything. I'm asking you if you know how to use the stars or not.
I have a general knowledge of it, right?
Everyone else, shut up.
All you did was respond with 2 fallacies, and you're like, therefore, your claim is wrong, Nathan. When clearly, like, no. In reality, what we do know is that no matter what altitude you are, there's no change. We're only working with that bit of information, not more information that we aren't informed about. So your argument was an argument from ignorance. And you're saying, no, you have to accept that because of this possibility and this other digression, using a theodolite with a mountain, like if you changed it ever so slightly, would you be like, just to validate your argument from ignorance fallacy is ridiculous. To then say, well, now let's not move on. Let's just let you.
No, we are moving on. Hold on, let me just deal with Eli. Eli, we are now moving on. Now, hello, I'm trying to talk to Eli. We are now moving on, Eli. Now we're moving on. Now we've established that the angle's not going to change regardless of the red herring fallacy that was the argument from ignorance in respect to what mountains will do. We've firmly established, and everybody in the audience understands, that this principle used in navigation is that they do not change. They do not obey these laws that we understand when dealing with things like mountains, regardless of his protestations. Now that we understand that, and we've had to pull him through the hedge backwards so he understands it, and we can accept that fact, we're going to know, with that understanding that they're not going to change in angle, it's not retarded to say that they don't obey our laws of geometry. Yeah. Now we're going to ask him, what do we do now? How can we use this knowledge that we've got? How are we going to practically apply it? Let's see how much sky knowledge that's practically useful Witsit's got.
Okay, I'm actually going to first school Eli on the argument from ignorance fallacy. That's when you make a claim that something is true or false based on a lack of evidence. I did not make a claim. I said,
like the height?
I think
like the height we don't have, like that sort of argument. Like that sort of argument from ignorance fallacy, like the height that's very far that we don't know. That doesn't sound like a textbook argument from an ignorance fallacy to you, Witsit, because it absolutely, I assure you, is.
I said I don't know the distance to the stars. You guys are getting this so funny. I didn't make a claim if anything was true or false. I actually made the point that we can't make claims like that about the stars because you guys are claiming to know that the stars do or do not obey certain laws of geometry.
Because we do know it, you stupid man. Now shut up. I'm sick of hearing him going round in circles with his demeaning, derogatory voice that's insulting. Yeah? Trying to talk to me like I'm retarded, with a retarded voice on. None of the moderators are going to call him out for it. Shout out to Uncle Ben for the super chat.
Interrupting him, Nathan. You keep interrupting him.
Interrupted him, Nathan. Are you serious?
While he puts on a little voice. Sorry, are any of you moderators going to stop him putting on the little voice? Is he being deeply clever while he yammers through me now? Because he's yammering through me objecting. He's using a derogatory and demeaning voice, and now he's rumpusing the hell out of me. Oh, I'm just on mute in the server. So they've just muted me in the server. So this is what we get. Witsit's going to get to use some derogatory, demeaning voice, and when he does so and I object, that's the end of what I've got to say. I get muted in the server.
Okay,
Oakley,
so
I was trying to moderate
Hey, Nathan, I
and
would
keep
like
everything
to point
cool.
out this
So
started out as a reversal of the burden of proof. I pointed out that the stars do not obey geometry, which is not a positive claim. Now, if you want to prove that they do obey geometry, that's on you. That's a positive claim. So prove
okay.
it.
I
Yeah,
didn't
hang
claim
on, I have
that.
to say
So
something
you
here.
guys are getting
Hang on.
desperate. Like, okay, so I
No,
didn't
Witsit,
claim that. You're going to censor me again for sure. I did not claim they do or do not obey geometry. I made that very clear probably
no,
20
that's
times.
not what you claimed.
I said that in order to make the claim that they do or do not, you would have to know the distance, which we specifically don't know.
No, you said
That's
We
the
can't
that's
obtain
the
the distance
argument
because
from
they don't
Hold
ignorance.
on,
go
John.
off the
John,
geometry.
let Brian.
Hang on,
Hold
hang
on.
on.
That's the
Brian,
argument
go
from
ahead.
ignorance right
Hang on,
there,
please.
bro. Like I
One
don't
Let's
get
let
it.
Brian.
You
I really
said,
don't get it.
You
Witsit,
obviously
you
don't know what
said,
argument from
Can we
ignorance
let
is. I just
Brian?
defined it for you.
Can we let Brian?
Witsit, you said that if we could incrementally move a measuring device and the top of something not change in angle, then the same thing could happen with the stars if they're very far away. Show me that happening, what you just said, in a terrestrial fashion. Because you'd have to show and prove that in the first place to even make the postulation you're making. What we do know is that they don't do that. So you'd have to show the very thing that you're claiming to be a likely possibility, because that's all you've got to go on. So if you can't show that, and I know you can't, then you don't have an argument.
Okay, that's incorrect. I made a very simple statement of fact, which is that our instruments that we measure angles with have a certain level of sensitivity. And if the change in angle falls below that level of sensitivity, we would not be able to measure the change. That's a fact. That's a fact.
Which instrument has that?
All instruments in the world have a sensitivity.
Below a certain level of, you said won't be able to measure the angle. We can always measure the angle as long as we can see the object.
Really? Can you measure 0.0000001 arc second? Can you send me that device,
Can
please?
you see
Because
the
you're
object?
a billionaire.
Can you see the object?
No, you can't. That's
Can you see the
below.
object?
I think that even Hubble, I think it's 0.00005 is the.
Yeah, and I mean,
that's
you
that's
Hubble.
the,
Who knows about Hubble?
Notice the change with your eyes.
I'm just going over the claimed angular sensitivity at maximum that we currently profess to have. So no, to answer your question, yeah, there's a limit, right? But that you can name with a decimal point means that by virtue of you asking, there is a quantitative change by the virtue of the fact that you're even asking. If there's a number difference, then it's changed. If you're saying, well, that number difference is so small that we couldn't detect it, you're like, yeah, but it's still a change in angle, regardless of how small. Or you saying, well, but because our sensitivity is not high enough, we can't detect it. What, with the stars? No, there is no detectable change ever at any altitude. This is the point that for some reason we're going around it. I don't know why you've got a...
Yeah, well...
Go on, Brian.
Please let me... I made the initial claim. Can I...
I'll be quick, John. The problem is when terrestrial objects appear to change in their apparent angular height, it's due to perspective, which is to do with the eyes, the human eyes. Not the lens, not anything else, it's perspective. When the stars don't do that, it means they're not obeying perspective, which means they're not obeying human eyes, which means they're not terrestrial, as we understand it. It's that simple. Why are we arguing about this point?
I agree with that. That sounds like you guys should have never argued with my point because it's just a basic statement
Here
of
we
fact.
go. Now he agrees. When he gets proven wrong, he agrees.
I've said the same thing the whole time. He just slipped in the
You're
statement.
saying we're telling you
May
that
I please,
Neil, we don't need the colour commentary. Go ahead,
Martin
John.
Daly fallacy, by the way. Go ahead, Chief Shot.
Well, I would like to get in. I made the initial claim and everybody's went to tell me I was wrong, right? Why don't we just apply these geometric principles? We're talking about a triangle. Let's get the height of the star at 12 degrees above level. Why don't we do that if we can know the height of the star and it does obey geometry?
Well, the problem is you can't do triangles in geometry when you're dealing with apparent positions. And when you look at a star, I mean, I would make it a firm claim that that's not the actual position of the star.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you can't deal with them with triangles. It just means that one of the sides of the triangle isn't calculable. So John's example is to say that if you've got a star and it's at 45 degrees, and you go, okay, fine, well, let's work out its height then. Yeah? Because we can work out the distance using celestial navigation. So why don't we just use trig and calculate for the height? So you do the maths and you get the height. And you go, oh, well, let's just double check it. 3 hours later. And what do you know? It's no longer at 45 degrees. Now it's at 20 degrees. Has it got the same height? Oh, well, no, now it calculates to have a completely different height, doesn't it? What about when it's at 1 degree above the horizon? Is it about to smash into the ground? What about when it touches the horizon? Is the star touching the ground? Of course it isn't. We're dealing with perspective. Where the star is representative of where it's above on the ground. And as time progresses and the star recedes towards the horizon, it's getting further and further away from your position. It's moving over a ground position that's further away. But that appears to you like it's receding towards the horizon. That's very much a function of perspective. Now, while that's very useful for us to map a always parallel to the ground position with its GP, so we can find our position, knowing where stars are above at given times. Very, very useful. But it means we cannot get the height.
Yeah, but perspective doesn't cause things to be out of their geometric position. Like if you're in the
Hold
middle
on, John.
of
Hold on. Try again, Jeremy.
like if you're in the middle, like say you're standing in the middle of a railroad track, right? And you have a gun. Perspective's causing the railroad tracks to meet, but if you try to shoot at the rails, you're going to hit them because they're geometrically there. Like you can do geometry and stuff with that. Like the stars, the stars are not getting the actual position of them. The rail's not there. It's in some other position.
You don't want. That's not what you're after. Thank you, Neil.
Not obeying geometry.
Yeah.
Not obeying geometry. I agree.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jeremy. No, geometry is a fluid mechanism. We have Euclidean, non-Euclidean, variable changes. We have hyperbolic geometry. We have literally things that change from parabolic to hyperbolic to ecliptic to elliptical. Is what I meant. So like you can do tons of things with geometry. I don't dispute that we don't know what the stars are, that we don't know how vision works when it comes to the stars. I don't dispute that it's baffling. I wasn't trying to fight with you guys. Maybe I shouldn't have brought my point up while you were all heated talking to a glober. That wasn't my intention. I was simply stating. I simply was stating. I think that you should maybe reconsider so definitively proclaiming the stars defy geometry, because maybe you mean Euclidean geometry. Okay, so like we don't know. We don't know what they do.
Demonstrate any other geometry in the real world. Yeah, demonstrate any other geometry in the real world.
Okay, no problem.
Exactly.
So when we have
there is only geometry.
It's
there is no non-Euclidean geometry or any of these other ones. These are mathematical. They have no relevance and relationship to our terrestrial world. There is only
We're talking about how we
Euclidean geometry. Euclidean geometry doesn't exist. There was only geometry and non-geometry. That's it.
But no, but in Euclidean geometry, parallel lines don't converge. But when we see things, they do.
But that's perspective.
Okay, but perspective still is described with geometry, right?
Sure, but
we're dealing with the measurement. But when we're dealing with an angular measurement, we're dealing with a perspective measurement most of the time. Maybe not all the time, but most of the time. If we're dealing with a distance between 2 points or a height above sea level or above something, that's a perspective measurement. But geometry itself is based around shapes. All of geometry must adhere to the number 9. which means every internal angle must add up and sum to 9. If it doesn't do that, it's not geometry. So this claim of non-Euclidean geometry, that's a load of nonsense, because and when they say spherical geometry, that's just geometry. There's no such thing as spherical geometry. It's just geometry, because the sphere is a geometric shape. Non-Euclidean geometry is a made-up thing that has no relevance in reality. And any other claim geometry that doesn't adhere to 9 and does not have a relevance to our reality is not geometry. It's mathematics, but it's not geometry.
Dude, geometry is mathematics. Okay, so geometry period is it's measurements of shapes.
Those other
That's
geometries can only
mathematics.
be described as mathematics. They can't be described as geometry. That's the point. Geometry is mathematics, but those other ones can't be described as geometry.
Can you guys let like Witsit get a sentence out? Maybe you don't realize you're doing it, right? But there's 3-4 of you, and every time Witsit tries to get a word out, you guys clip him.
Well, olive branch to you here, Brian. Okay, I understand what you're saying, that in the real tangible world, this non-Euclidean geometry does not apply. And when it comes to actually measuring things or applying geometry to our physical measurements in the real world, Euclidean geometry is kind of like saying apparent horizon, because that's all there actually is tangibly. I agree. But I don't extend that understanding to how we see things. I think that we specifically see the world different than it is based on certain circumstances, okay? I think crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays arcing over your head show that. I think many things show that. I think even just the fact that we have, parallel railroad tracks converging show that, because just saying it's perspective, that's my point, is that perspective changes it from our understanding of Euclidean geometry, okay? We don't have to open this up right now, but I was only making the point that, like, well, let's just be a little bit more tactical, because we may eventually find out that we can understand how we see things a bit better, and maybe there is some type of geometry.
Fallacy.
Well, I'm not going to go ahead and tell you that it's already been done with highly precise robotics.
Something else that does not obey geometry? Why does introducing something else that does not obey geometry, such as perspective, why is that relevant to the statement that the stars do not obey geometry? Why would you introduce something else that does not obey geometry as a specific example to refute my position?
Well, now that you've redefined,
sorry, Jeremy, I don't know if you guys know, but while John's talking, you guys just keep clipping him. Try that again, John.
My bad. I'm next.
Try that again, John.
Right. Why would you introduce something else that does not obey geometry?
Sorry, we missed the beginning again, because Jeremy, at the start of your sentence, clipped you. Let's just try that one more time.
Introducing something else that does not obey geometry, such as perspective, still does not address the point that I made, that this is not obeying our understanding of geometry.
We heard that. Perspective does. I thought he was done, Oakley. He took a long pause. My bad.
He had one more word. The word was the conclusion, Jeremy, which is it's non sequitur. He just didn't get it. Even on his third attempt, he didn't get to say it.
He paused for 5 seconds.
Yeah,
he didn't pause at all.
Witsit.
Yeah, he
can
did.
I ask Witsit a question?
Why do you lie so much?
Hold on, man. Hold on, Brian. Hold on. He said something.
Okay.
Can I address the thing that he said, or no? Am I never going to get a chance to do that? He said perspective doesn't adhere to geometry. He said perspective doesn't follow geometry. It does. When I just went over that with you, Oakley. When you're on the railroad tracks and you're shooting at the rail, they're geometrically there.
What?
And they converge.
Yeah, they converge. It doesn't. There's no other geometric.
That's a defiance. To say that they converge, Jeremy. That's a defiance of a geometric principle. Yeah, parallel lines. My bad. Did I pause? Did I take a breath? No, I did not.
Yes, Nathan.
That was your own panel.
Yes.
I don't care who it is. I just want to get to the end of the sodding sentence. No. Principles that don't obey geometry. Parallel lines converging.
Yeah, but okay, I understand that parallel lines don't converge. But however, when we look at the parallel lines that do appear to be converging, they're actually there. That's their actual position.
Yeah, you're
Perspective
confusing.
doesn't knock things down.
Yeah, you're confusing physicality with geometry. Because it's physically there doesn't mean that it obeys the geometric principles of all parallel lines will never converge. But you're
Oakley's
saying,
correct.
but when I look at the railway, it converges in the distance. Yeah, it's not obeying a geometric principle then, is it? That's the point that Witsit was making.
Oakley is correct.
Yes, I'm still making the point. The point being that that's completely non sequitur because we're discussing how the stars don't obey geometric principles, and Witsit's very combative about that. Now he's taken it to something else that doesn't obey geometric principles, rather than just conceding that the stars don't obey them. He's continually appealed to the future that we may find different, or that we haven't got strong enough tools to show that difference that could be there. That's all we've got so far. Non-stop red herrings. Now, it's never going to get conceded by Witsit, because, I do agree with you, but we just haven't got strong enough instruments to show that there could be a difference in the future with a non-stop string of fallacies that he's used. Then he's gone to perspective.
Well, I think
now John is saying,
Dude, Jeremy,
why have you had to take it?
literally addressing me, and this is what happens. They both address me forever. And then I go to talk, I can't. And then they respond to the next person talking about me the whole time. I'm not just going to sit here and listen to you talk about me. Jesus, bro. I'm trying to be good faith. Try it out for once. You've now all changed the definition of geometry because you're God and we must obey you. So since the only real geometry is Euclidean, now you won the argument. Well, what we know is that perspective is different. How do we try to describe perspective? With angles. That invokes geometry, but they don't obey Euclidean geometry. So what do? We make some new magical version of geometry and we just call it perspective. Well, that's stupid. You're still using geometry. You're making angle measurements. You're therefore measuring shapes of some sort. It's actually optical visual space. That's a fact. So what we see is non-Euclidean geometry. If we're going to measure angles, we're using geometry. Therefore, if we are going to look at how we see the world and measure it with angles, we are using geometry. It doesn't adhere to Euclidean geometry, so I agree. It is different, which means we see the world differently than we tangibly, physically measure it. That is the point. Yep. Changing the definition and saying I'm wrong and I need to concede is so sleight of hand and bad faith, it's weird. Okay? So, we can agree that in your definition of geometry,
when you jumped into the argument was against kind of the argumentation that Jeremy was putting out, is that no, it doesn't relate in that way. Your interruption was a complete red herring, and all of this is for no reason.
Dude, he said that way after I jumped in. What are you
Okay, well, I'll conclude
about?
anyway. So the principle isn't using standard trig or any of the Earth-based navigational methods that we would use if we had known heights of things like lighthouses, because you can still navigate using those. But you use those in a terrestrial manner as opposed to a celestial manner. The process for using it and measuring it is celestial navigation, often confused with just straight up trig, and it isn't. So when people ask us to give us the height of a star, when we're not even claiming that there should be one, and they, the ballers, do claim that there is a height, that is then immediately violated when they try to infer centre of sphere measurements off a flat plane, because then they've got infinite distances to their stars in a heliocentric model. Now, for us, it's irrelevant. We don't need the height. The process doesn't call for it, doesn't require it, and the very basis of the method, that's celestial navigation, works on the understanding that there's no elevation changes to deal with. Why? Because it doesn't matter if you're on the ground, on Everest, or at 50,000 feet in the air, the angle's always the same to the star. That's it.
So you see, we agree.
If you look
and this, real fast, a cherry on top is that the globe actually assumes that we do see in Euclidean geometry. Handwave dismisses the fact that perspective is different and then draws infinitely extended lines to infinitely far away stars, and then they just map out a made-up globe based on how we see. And they claim that actually the Earth is curving, and you need spherical trig and geometry there, and that we see in perfectly infinite long straight lines. Okay, so like both our arguments work together. They both refute the globe.
Hold on a second. That's not quite true.
Brian,
Hold on.
no.
Hold on, Brian. Just let me make a small correction. You're under the apprehension that they make these measurements for the globe, but they don't. All of the measurements start off on the equatorial plane. So the first step of any of this description for a globe ever is going to start with the angle measurements off a flat Earth to describe with respect to the equatorial plane. That's called the celestial sphere. Now, the celestial sphere is just a North Pole centric map of the stars over a flat plane. Well, with all of those angles to all of those stars, you can start plotting them out and deriving various values, one of which can be your radial value. You can plot that by taking the minimum elevation angle measurement to Polaris. So at the point that it's inferred on their latitude grid to reach zero, that's what they call the equator. So it's not exactly a back engineering, it's a prerequisite requirement that their edge of a sphere value, where Polaris starts to disappear, must match up with the minimum flat Earth angle measurement to Polaris, because that's how it's actually used. So for every single claim to be sphere proof ever, their starting point, the genesis of that claim for a globe, is with the equatorial plane and the celestial sphere over it. That's why when back engineering tangent point horizons or at your feet out to a GP in space, at some stage they have to transpose down that angle they couldn't acquire from the surface because it's curved into the middle of the globe, effectively making the globe nothing more than a glorified protractor sat on the top of a flat plane with the dome of the heavens wrapped around that. So the equatorial plane is your flat Earth map. That's what it is. That's where their globe comes from. So to infer that that's wrong would be to say that every single globe measurement, claim, and inference of orbit that comes thereafter is also wrong, because that's where they came from. The world's been measured flat and turned spherical from angle measurements to stars. That's why I'm giving you such a hard time over this, if I'm honest, Witsit. I want you to understand it implicitly, because it's important. It's the genesis of the globe measurements. They don't come from anything spherical. They come from a flat plane. It's called the equatorial plane. And without it, you don't have a globe.
So we completely agree on all that. Okay, let me say one thing. We completely agree on all that. And then the difference here is what you guys are calling celestial geometry, I think someone said, right? I'm just calling non-Euclidean. Okay, but we agree on the whole thing. They went out on a flat Earth like they always do, and then they made flat Earth measurements, and then they made up assumptions about how we see stuff in the sky, how far away they can pretend they are, and they started making the globe. Then they run around.
No, they didn't. They didn't. They just measured the angles and got the positional data. So the positional data, which is what goes into the, what is it called? The ephemeris? Is that the original one? Adam would know better. I'll probably pipe up. But
yeah.
Right, so you've got all of the tracked data of where these stars are above at what time. So tonight, go outside, look directly above your head, and pretend there's a star at your zenith. Well, you are at that star's GP at that time. So if you write down, right, it's now 8:34 p.m. and X star, whatever it is, sigma 2574, is at my zenith. And you can note that that is its position. And you can track that indefinitely. Where's it above in 20 minutes? Where's it above in an hour? Where's it above in 4 hours? And you can write it all down in a nice big book. That's where it all starts. That's where the globe begins. Writing down
I agree.
relationships of stars over a flat Earth. Then that goes into a book, and it all develops from there. Like I say, from those measurements, you can go to radial value. So that's you started talking about orbits. Well, where do orbits come from? Well, orbits come from the extrapolation of R, either through Al-Biruni or with the use of the ephemeris and the flat plane, the equatorial plane. That's minimum elevation to Polaris. flat Earth angle. That gives you your R value. Then R can be inserted into the orbital mechanics given you by Kepler and Huygens. So then you've got a scaling value with the transit of Venus, because you've already got distance, but no, you've already got scale, but no distance. So once you insert R into Venus's value, you can scale and distance the whole thing based on the starting point of a flat Earth angle measurement to Polaris to give you a radial value to turn Earth into a sphere, to put Earth around the Sun in an orbital motion, and have Venus, when transiting the Sun, give you a scale value for Kepler's third law of interplanetary motion. That's the full journey from flat Earth measurement to Keplerian reification of orbit. Or to put it shortly, orbit requires measurements of a flat Earth.
I agree with all that. I don't think I said orbit, but I agree with all that. All I'm making the point is, like, if you go out, you take your zenith, you're going to get your azimuth, you're going to take elevation angle measurements all the way up, right? And you're going to get a dome around you. They say they took the flat Earth measurements with your little azimuthal grid, and then they said, okay, actually, we're going to put the stars infinitely far away, draw straight lines all the way out to them infinitely, and we're going to hijack these measurements and flip them into the interior radius value of a sphere, just like you explained in detail. And then they're going to turn around now in 2024 and say, look, the globe model matches the sky. Ha ha ha. When it was literally, they hijacked perspective and the sky to make it.
Yeah.
The part that I'm saying is, yeah, you guys are saying like celestial geometry or something, right? And I'm saying,
just get the term right. So it's celestial navigation is the name of the mathematics and the process. So it's not named geometric anything. It's celestial navigation.
Well, someone said terrestrial geometry and celestial geometry, as if like what's in the sky doesn't adhere to our terrestrial geometry.
Terrestrial navigation and celestial navigation. So terrestrial navigation could be the same exact process in a first glance, but you're not. You can use real trig if you've got a lighthouse that you're sighting and you're measuring the angle to, because you know where the lighthouse is on the map. Obviously, it's on the map. And you know how high the lighthouse is, so you can use it to triangulate your position with standard trig. But that's terrestrial-based navigation. When you're using the stars, there's one very, very specific detail, don't get triggered, that you must understand when distinguishing between the two. And that is that the height of the stars bears no influence on the angle to the measurement of the star. That is to say, you measure it in a dinghy, you get 45 degrees. Now, by coincidence, there's a helicopter above you at 50,000 feet with a sextant, and he measures the same star at the same time as you do. He also gets 45 degrees. So you can both have the same almanac. The world is treated as a perfectly flat Earth in terms of navigation and mapping.
Yeah, but it's not perfectly flat. There's topography. That's your reification fallacy. But let me just say something about the railroad tracks and that thing you just said was using straight trig on Earth. If you go far enough away from a building and you try to do straight trig on that, you'll have the 10th floor be at your level, your horizontal, when you're like 6 feet above the ground or something. You can't do straight trig on that.
Then you obviously can't do it. There's only certain buildings that are going to be useful in that respect for navigation. Buildings that you know their position and known height. Things like lighthouses are often used for that.
Right, and with when you're talking about the terrestrial navigation one, when you talk about how much resolution loss you will have, there's a function. They call it the Earth curve calculator, but it's actually a resolution loss between differential and planes. So they can apply that to get their fix terrestrially. But it's still, like you pointed out, that's still not obeying the basic understanding of the study of shape, which is what geometry is.
The point I was making earlier.
Hold on,
yeah, your TV's mad loud, John. Can you
start again, Jeremy?
John, can you turn your TV down? John, can you turn your TV down? It's a little louder, whatever that was. at the point I was making with the railroad tracks is, however we see, whatever geometry we see and whatever, those railroad tracks, they're in their geometric position, right? Whereas
No,
when
that's
you're
a
looking at that
geographic
lighthouse,
position. Geographic position. So I'm
what's the difference?
I'm just saying.
What's the difference?
Well, it's the point on the ground, and the angles therein versus just perspective.
Yeah, and they're in their geometric position in 3D space, right? If I make a straight line to
They're
it,
in a
they're there.
geographic location in 3D
Cartesian
space.
system.
I just told you. Just asked me the difference, and I just told you.
What he's trying to explain
Yeah,
to
they're
you,
in their
Jeremy,
spot
is
on the ground.
the distinction comes because with the GP of the star, right? If you're up in the example I gave earlier in the helicopter, right, and you're using a bubble sextant to make the horizontal at 50,000 feet, well, where the star's GP is, where it meets at 90, is 90 degrees to you in the helicopter. Yeah, you with me so far?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay, but you're 50,000 feet in the air. So, well, how is that useful? Well, because all horizontals are parallel with each other. Therefore, if it's 90 degrees to you in the helicopter, it's exactly the same position directly below that position on the ground. So it's 90 degrees along the ground as well. Both positions run parallel. So it doesn't matter because all horizontals run parallel. Now, to understand that principle is to defy the view that you get, because you're saying they converge. Yeah, that's how our eyes would work. But for this principle to work, all horizontals must run parallel. And because the stars aren't changing with height, that principle can still hold true for you at 50,000 feet or at 0. They still run 90 degrees to your position and, most importantly, parallel to the ground. Therefore, if you've got topology on the ground in the way, makes no difference because it still runs 90 degrees down to the ground, even if the ground is 2 inches above that point because you happen to be where a 50,000 foot mountain is. You know what I mean? But in the example, so long as it works, it doesn't matter if 90 degrees below the star is the top of the point of the mountain, or if you measure it half an hour later and it happens to be at the bottom of a valley that's below sea level. It wouldn't matter because all of the lines run parallel, making it inconsequential. But that only works because we know that the angle will not change at any height. Thanks to the majesty of how the stars behave, we can use this as a principle to navigate with. But for the fact that they don't obey how normal things behave as we raise and lower in height, this would never work. We'd never have found our way around the world. Thank God the stars do behave the way they do and defy the principles that we understand geometrically. Because if they didn't, we'd have never have found our way around.
Well, they may,
Can
or
I
they. I
just
don't think
bring
they
up-
do personally, but okay, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, the most important part of all this, we're going around arguing about this thing, this part, this thing, this thing. Most important part is this: the origins of what? The origins of the globe. That's what we're fighting against, right? The globe. The origins of the globe start with flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris. It's an angle, when you're getting your latitude, it's an angle between the visible sea horizon and Polaris. The only corrections that are made are for your height of eye, which is the height of the observer's eye above the water underneath the boat, and any celestial refraction that they need to add in, right? So other than those two things, there's no change. In other words, nothing is changing with the horizon. There's no correction for the horizon. If you're dealing with Polaris or any of the other navigational stars, you never change the horizon. The horizon is just the horizon, right? Now, what they claim is that the horizon is a consistently refracted position, right, in our opposition. So that's why they're always claiming that within their paradigm that there's an adding of a 7 and often mostly greater than 7 over 6 or being added in, which is changing the position of the horizon. Because they claim, remember, that the horizon is not geometric edge of their globe. They're claiming that their geometric globe edge, what they were called incorrectly, their geometric horizon, is below visible sea level. Because they're telling us that when we're looking at the horizon, that's just a refracted position, refracted off of a physical geometric globe surface. But we are getting our actual correct latitude with that visible sea horizon at sea, right? We're not changing that. We're not making any corrections for the horizon. We're literally using the visible sea horizon and with Polaris, with a marine sextant. And as I said, the only thing we're changing is the only corrections we're making is for a height of eye, and for which is only based off of measurement of the height of the observer's eye with the water underneath that boat, right? That and 1 second, Leroy, I'm not finished, right? You're coming in at the crescendo, right? And the any celestial refraction that needs to be dealt with, right? That means that the horizon we're getting our correct latitude off of has to be the actual physical surface of the Earth. That means what they're calling a refracted position, right? They're saying that what they call a refracted position, we're getting a correct latitude off of. You can't get your correct latitude off of a refracted position. It proves that the horizon is the physical, tangible surface of the Earth. It proves the Earth is not a globe. Because they can't, for them to be getting their correct latitude between the horizon and Polaris, they would have to know where the horizon, their own geometric horizon is, and have special corrections added into the almanac when you're dealing with Polaris. There's no special corrections. There's no change ever, no difference. The horizon we see, the visible sea horizon, is the horizon we get a correct latitude from. We don't make any corrections for that. There's no mathematical corrections for that horizon, right? Because that is the surface of the Earth.
Yep, those are the positions.
It's not some refracted heap of nonsense that they like to claim. It is the surface of a flat plane.
Yep, the positions on the ground. That's what you're measuring with respect to, so you can find them useful for navigation. But with that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
Oh, I thought that's what he was saying. Maybe I got it wrong. Yeah, it's not. It can't be actually there though, because there's times where we do it above, where we measure it above horizontal. But it can't be actually there. If it was, we would never view it above horizontal. Otherwise, what are we on, concave Earth?
I don't understand. Like, you be thinking too hard, bro. You just focus on what we do, and not some conclusion that has nothing to do with anything that we like. The bottom line is, look, listen, we're not here to explain things like geometry, Euclidean non-geometry. The best thing that Eric DeBay ever said was, I'm not here to talk about the shape. I'm here to expose the lie. So when Brian is talking about the latitudes being got with respect to a geometric horizon and the altitude above that, that's all the fuck he's talking about.
No swearing.
Nothing more, nothing less. So it's like, we're just exposing the lie. We don't need all this extra stuff that has nothing to do with any of the things that we're talking about.
Yeah, the most important part is
it's so doing with proving flat Earth. Sorry.
The most important part of all this, the only part of the celestial navigation argument we ever need to make, is involving Polaris and latitude. Because they can't claim that the horizon is refracted. Now, not that the refracted horizon claim means that, but I'm just saying, for that particular instance, they must claim that the horizon is the physical geometric edge of their globe, which they can't do, because that is what we are getting our correct latitude from. So if we're getting our correct latitude from that position, and that's not the physical geometric edge of their globe, yes, because it's latitude, it has to be the tangible surface of Earth. That means the Earth is flat and not a globe. It's that simple.
Thank you.
Let me clarify something. When you walk away 69 miles, when you walk away 69 miles from Polaris and it gets 1 degree lower in your view, is that perspective?
Yeah, I mean, you can describe that as perspective.
Yeah, I don't know
The
any
60
other way
nautical
to
miles
describe
per
it.
degree is of the co-altitude angle.
Say that again. I missed it.
The 60 nautical miles per degree is for the co-altitude angle.
I understand, but what is it caused by?
Yeah, perspective. I'd have to agree. We could only describe it as perspective. That's the only way I've ever been able to describe it.
However, hold on. However, if you objected and were like, I don't like you calling it that because you can't qualify that it is moving in, out, closer, further, I would agree immediately. I'd be like, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I
we call
object that
it
it's
to
just
describe it as
perspective because in
perspective.
perspective, hold on, Brian, please. I disagree that it's perspective because in perspective, when we see things prospectively, we can still draw straight lines to them if they're in their actual position, like the railroad tracks. If they're not, then it's not going to work, and you can't draw straight lines to it.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but how are you going to? Yeah, but it's just about describing. It's just about how do we describe it. The only way to describe what we're experiencing is perspective, although it's not what you would call terrestrial everyday perspective. Because what are you doing? It's actually a measurement between the. If you think about it, Dave, all it is a measurement between the celestial body and the horizon. So it's a measurement of that angular free space.
I understand that, but that's why I said we all agree it's an angle change, right?
Yeah.
As you move away or closer.
So you know what's funny? The only people, like, honest, like, if we're all being honest, right? Like, when we sit here and we talk about this, we can describe what we're seeing without prescribing to what we're seeing, what's really going on. We have to remember that that's exactly how Globers get us to argue for hours and hours to go beyond the initial point. Listen, all we have is to work with what's right before us. We don't have to work with, well, this is right before us, but let's prescribe this other thing because this may not be working in the way that we understand. Like, that's not important. What is important is we can say about the things what we can say about the things, and it's in direct contradiction with our enemies.
Let me give a real world example of I think what we were talking about earlier. Right now, I'm driving down the interstate, right? The distant trees, like the ones I can see the tops of, aren't changing angles. Like, I can't hardly tell they're even getting closer or the angle's changing, but the trees close to me, like, you know, a half a mile away from me, I can drastically visually see the angle changes as I get closer to them. I hope that comes through.
And they are following, like, you know, geometry. Like, yes, I agree. If you raise something, you would have an angle change to the thing you're looking at in the distance. But if you're looking at Mount Everest from sea level and you stick 2 sheets of paper under every leg of a theodolite, like, I doubt you're going to be able to measure that. You know what I'm saying? And that was Witsit's initial point, which I think is valid. They still may be able to hold.
No, because relevant. But even still,
Brian, go ahead.
There is no horizon.
The problem with that is that you have to mentally physicalize the stars. We don't know. You see, you have to start giving them a physical, some kind of a tangibility. Sorry, not just physical. Because so the problem with that is you have to pre-assume stuff concerning them.
Exactly.
That's why
There's
it's
no
not a
such
good
thing
idea.
as a horizon. I don't know what you guys are measuring to. You're measuring to where? From where? Where are you measuring to for the horizon? Where's that again?
This is what we're like talking about. What we're doing is what we're doing. We don't have to prescribe it anything more than that. Like, we know that we have an angular measure from a horizontal plane that we all have to implement before we take the altitude measurement of anything, whether it's terrestrially or celestially. There's nothing to argue. It's not where exactly is that you're meant. Like, why?
Because you're trying to do geometry, claiming that you're measuring things. My bad, bro. You took a long ass pause. Go ahead, though. I'll get in after.
I'm just saying all it's going to do is cause arguments about things that we would have to speculate thereafter, and thus will enter a loop of argumentation that we can never agree to when what we can agree to is right in front of us.
Well, my problem is that you're doing geometry. You're claiming that. You're doing geometry, right? You're claiming that we're measuring Earth flat with this, but you're taking
No.
which you're citing, what's up?
No, we're doing celestial navigation.
Yeah, you're getting angles to things.
Yeah, and that process is
Yes.
called celestial navigation. Angles to stars.
Okay. Okay, you're getting angles to things. Yes, you're doing geometry, right? Is that geometry?
No, because angles to things could mean lighthouses, and the rules would be entirely different.
Well, maybe.
Definitely.
Whatever you're doing, this measurement you're claiming you're making measurements to apparent, not actual positions with the ground and with the stars.
We're measuring to known positions that are in the almanac because we've spent thousands of years documenting where stars will be at given times. So, in earlier I gave the example of you going out specifically at 8:43 p.m. and there's a star directly above your position at your zenith. Well, that's something that you can log and say that at this time, that's where the star is. So when you're out on your boat and you measure your angle to the star's ground position, that's its position on the ground. Like I exampled with me standing below a star at a given time. Well, what are you going to do when you measure the angle? That's a straight horizontal baseline to the ground position from your position. That's a flat Earth measurement to a ground position. Now, when I say measured flat, people seem to get in a tizzy like it's some extraordinary claim. No, it isn't. That's how it's done. But it is specifically got a name, and it's called celestial navigation.
Yes, I know, but the measurements you're making, though, when you're sitting there with your sextant and you're looking at the horizon, right, and then you're looking at a star, I would claim that both of those are not actual positions. Like you're making measurements with not actual positions of things.
So what you're saying, that you won't be able to find out where you are and the star that you're measuring isn't above that particular part of the ground at that particular time. It is.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like whatever you're doing when you're looking at horizons and stars and stuff. I don't believe they're actual positions.
You're just leveling your tool with the horizon. I mean, it's
no.
Hold on. Yeah, I can hear my panel about to start groaning. It sounds like you don't know what this process involves. Is it, Jeremy? When you say looking at the horizon and that, you're leveling your tool. But the line that you're measuring extends beyond the horizon. It's not the horizon that's useful beyond the actual leveling of the tool, because the position could be thousands of miles beyond the horizon. You appreciate that, right?
The GP, yes.
Yeah, but you're measuring to it.
I hear you.
I think Jeremy's point is, Jeremy, are you saying that when you're taking the angle, you're measuring between two apparent points, like the horizon is only apparent and the celestial body is only at an apparent height above that apparent horizon point? As in, the horizon is not something tangible, and neither is the star. We can't tangibly touch them. Is that your point?
Well, the ground of the horizon is definitely tangible as far as it being in its actual geometric position.
But the line itself, the horizon itself is optical. Is what, if you know what I mean.
You're right. It's not going to tell you off or say you're wrong.
No, just trying to, because I think there was just.
So the question is, so you're saying what you're saying to say what, Jeremy? Like, why is it coming?
Whatever this measurement is
to what's being said. Like, what's the purpose?
Yeah, Jeremy.
I'm just saying I'm not crazy. Yeah, I'm not crazy about making measurements to not actual positions and then making some claim on them, geometric claim on them. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, but Jeremy, we're talking about doing something, like literally doing something. It's not for the sake of argument. Like, when they try to involve 3 different positions to get the position of the star on a plane. Like, no, we're talking about, well, we're just measuring something, and then we have more data in the almanac, and then we're using that to get our location, so that we can move forward. And you're saying, well, what you said before was, I'm just not crazy about this process. Why?
Yeah, I don't get it either.
No, deal with what he just said. He said that the celestials are not in their actual position. Really? How you know that?
There's a correction for refraction in an nautical almanac.
No, I'm
There's
not
a
talking
correction
about
for
fairy
refraction
tale
in the nautical
refraction.
almanac.
Fairy, you don't even know what
It's in the
refraction
nautical
is.
almanac.
Jeremy.
It's in the damn almanac.
You said that you believe that the celestials are not in their actual position. How so? My mic working?
Yeah, Jim.
Oh yeah.
Jeremy?
The mic's working good. Answer the question on the table, guys.
It's Jeremy.
Bacon?
Jeremy.
Check.
We hear
Yeah,
you,
we
Jeremy.
hear you, but
Oh,
we're,
here.
we're
All right, my mic
okay.
was messed up. Yeah. Because if you go to a mountain, right, or even if you're on standing on the ground, like, and the horizon's below level, and then a star sets, it would be below your horizontal, right? Like you get a star below your horizontal line.
No, but it's not below. It's beyond your visible field of view. Beyond, not below. Beyond, because the horizon doesn't. And as far as this particular methodology goes, the visible horizon is not what they mean by the horizon. The horizon goes to the GP of the star. So when you can't see it, it's not like it's below. It's just beyond.
Huey asked me why I think the stars aren't in their actual position, and I think that a star being below your horizontal would do it for you, no?
On sequitur. Doesn't
Well, if
follow.
the star is in its
Doesn't answer my
actual position, well, if that star is in its actual position and it's below your horizontal, then
got Jedi mind tricked by ballers telling you for 7 years that the stars aren't in their actual position based on fairy tale idiot refraction, that they have no clue of what it is. Right? I'm just making a point. Don't get Jedi mind tricked by people repeating stupid shit over and over again.
yeah, but Huey, you'd have to agree if the stars are below, if you're on a mountain or something and the stars below your horizontal, that would never happen. On flat. I know
They're
it's
not
not
below
actually, but
please show me when.
Try to dig something up. Hold on.
It's not literally below, Jeremy. You're making a claim. Like, why would they? You're making a claim that it's below, and then
I know it's
saying,
not literally
wouldn't my assertion that it is below mean that what you're claiming is false? Like, well, you made a baseless assertion.
I'm pretty sure Jeremy's saying that where we see it isn't where it actually is. I think that's Jeremy's main point.
How do you know?
Prove it.
Yeah,
You could ask Jeremy. Oh, you mean? Oh, hold on. You're asking me how, prove it? Like, the stars aren't actually where they're supposed to be. I mean, wouldn't the right triangle argument be just that? I mean, if you can't work out the height, then it's obviously not where it's supposed to be.
No, that doesn't have it. That's non sequitur.
Geometrically, it's not. No, you could make a triangle to it. That's geometry.
The star is directly above a position on the Earth, which is predetermined and pre-measured. So what are you talking about?
Wait, what are you talking about?
I just said what I was talking about.
No, but I was just thinking about what QE said. So I say what you're saying again.
Well, it's non sequitur. Who cares? Don't worry about it. Just sit down. Where's Jeremy?
I'm not. Don't tell me to sit down. What the fuck?
No swearing. Don't swear, please.
Nice, Eli. Nice.
That was incredibly rude to you. There was no need for that, Eli.
No, it wasn't. It was deserved.
What? I don't. All right. I mean, I don't like the guy. So what? Sue me.
Who is he? Why don't you like him? Who is he?
Because he's always making non sequitur arguments anyway. Like, it's just like he's a digression machine.
Fair enough. This is important stuff. We've got to labour this stuff. It's got to be drilled into people, and it gets through to people more easily if it's being argued about. And at the end of an argument, it's really clear who's right, who's wrong, what point's relevant, what isn't. How this all came to pass, in my opinion, is the most relevant, which is the whole thing came from measurements off a flat plane to track where these stars are going to be at what time, and that process then turned spherical.
It didn't. It didn't. It all came from flat out elevation angles to Polaris, the very thing I was trying to talk about, and you just hand waved away.
Me? I don't hand wave.
The live show. Yeah, that's very good. And we measure angles. And anyway, that's the end of the live show. You didn't see the importance. Well, that's why I had to bring it up a second time. That's where it starts and ends. It all begins and ends there. We're arguing about elements within celestial navigation, about whether the stars can be or can't be this thing or that thing, when it doesn't matter. The whole point of this whole argument is flat versus globe. And that ends it. The latitude argument ends it, because that's the beginning and end of the globe geometry. That's where they back engineered it from.
Yep.
Yeah, but Brian, I think Nathan laid that out for them. I don't know when you came in.
No, we do. We were in agreement.
Did.
He didn't get to concisely round it out right at the end, but 2 hours and 15 minutes into the end of the live stream, when I'm sat with the lights burning, my eyes my eye holes open, I'm like, at some point I've got to transition to the camera, otherwise I'll go blind.
Well, I want to know what was the outcome. Is Witsit still holding that position? Because I got disconnected.
All right, look, I can't find any measurements of the stars below horizontal.
I mean below horizontal.
I'm trying to get a guy. I've been trying to get a guy I know.
What are you talking about? Measuring.
I'm trying to tell you. Give me a second, and I'll tell you. I'm trying to find measurements of the stars below horizontal. I can't find any right now. I do have the moon.
I see what Jeremy's saying.
We know that
he's not saying below the horizon. He's saying below a horizontal line, like a star being below a horizontal line in a plane. But again, like, find that, or I don't know.
Yeah, that means that the stars, like you can obviously know the moon does that. The moon sets if the horizon's below horizontal, then the moon is below your horizontal if the moon's setting, obviously. So I mean, obviously the moon can't be in its moon can't be in its actual position either. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. For the moon and the sun, you can observe these effects. Okay, with the stars, you can't. What do I mean? Okay, so the stars 1 degree above the horizon on the ground. It's also 1 degree above the horizon at 50,000 feet. Likewise, if it's 1/10 of 1 degree above the horizon, that is to say, is just kissing the horizon on the ground, then it is just kissing the horizon at 30,000 feet, 50,000 feet, 100,000. Did you follow me?
Yeah,
always the same. You can't do that.
That's why I said go get it, because the ballers, and this is what I don't understand. We're always arguing baller response. The point is, the ballers say, well, in a plane, the stars are below horizontal. And I'm just like, well, maybe that's true. Based on celestial navigation, I wouldn't make that conclusion. But you know what? Go in and cite that. You can't find it right now, can you?
Well, the moon and the sun is easy, though. They're definitely below horizontal,
but the
right?
stars, though, you can't find it, though, can you?
Well, you get a different effect, don't you? Well, no, you get the effect that the ballers use to assert with the sun or moon that you're seeing a second sunrise because you've gone and raised above the Earth's sphere edge horizon. But the differential calculation that the Earth curve calculator is still a flat Earth measurement to assert that optical point of dissolution that the sun still seems to comport to, but because it's much bigger, you can see it disappearing into the distance in a different way as it moves over different GP positions further away from your location as it sets. but it's still doing the same thing. You can still map its trajectory on a path on a map and draw lines as a result of where it moves through its zones and where it would be above at given times. We've got all of the above information by measuring it off a flat Earth.
I hear you. I think that's the case. Yeah.
It is. That's how all the maps work. That's how the time element of the map works.
Oh, don't think
Sure,
it's
we
the
wouldn't
case,
have-
Jeremy. No, it's the case.
We wouldn't have maps.
Go on, Brian.
Go on, John.
Or John.
I was just going to say, we wouldn't have maps if it wasn't for elevation angles to Polaris. We wouldn't have maps. There'd be no, world maps. There'd be no way of connecting things. It all starts and ends there. Everything begins and ends. And that's why the globe begins and ends there.
Yep. There'd be no new continents, no new worlds, no discovering of new territories, no colonization, no expansion of the maps and territories, nothing without an elevation angle measurement of a flat plane to Polaris to divide that grid in the first instance. That's Genesis. That's the beginning point. That's where it all starts for everything. All of our history is based on that, without exception.
Can I backtrack?
Devastating
I still have that
news.
question.
Can I backtrack
I'm
for
still
a
trying to get
second?
the question
I'm sorry.
for-
If you want me to backtrack for a second, that's okay.
Two people
Go
want to
ahead.
talk. Bacon and John. Which one?
Oh, we're gonna deal with bacon again.
I think it was Bacon.
Yeah. Let's deal with bacon. So why then there's a refraction correction in the nautical almanac? If you guys think the stars are in the actual position, wouldn't that correction not be needed, or are you saying
I'll
this
answer
correction
that for you,
doesn't
Bacon.
exist?
Really,
answer
you're gonna answer that by asking him what refraction is first?
Well, no, I wasn't going to go into refraction at all. So I'll leave you take it
wouldn't
if
that
you want.
be the place to go?
Well, I was going to go to what the stars actually do and why they had to start claiming there was a refraction. Because celestial refraction has nothing to do with globe. The claim of
They
celestial
don't know what
refraction is not globe
Shouldn't
based.
shouldn't we define what refraction is first, so everyone's on the same sheet of music?
Fine.
Okay, I'll take off. Yeah.
What do you mean by refraction, Bacon?
No, I'm just trying to support Jeremy's point. Refraction is just how the atmosphere affects the position of the stars. And there's a
That's wrong.
refraction correction for that in the nautical almanac.
No, that's incorrect.
So-
That's not what refraction is.
Oh, what is it then?
Well, that's terrestrial refraction that you've just described. Refraction is not that.
Well, I just said
The correction in the
position of celestial
almanac
bodies.
is not terrestrial. That is what they call celestial.
That's not
That is not
terrestrial.
connected to globes terrestrial.
It's nothing to do with
I'm
atmosphere.
not talking about terrestrial.
You were. You said atmosphere.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's terrestrial refraction. That's not refraction. Second time's a charm.
Also a paradox.
It's celestial refraction.
And
because I'm
celestial
talking about the
refraction,
position of celestial
celestial
bodies.
refraction is
Hold
not
on, John.
refraction
Hold on.
either.
Bacon's still interjecting for some reason.
Yeah,
Don't know why.
get to the point.
That's the point, Bacon. Go ahead.
Yeah. We're talking about the refraction of celestial bodies. When we're talking about terrestrial refraction, we're talking about things on the ground being reflected, not the stars.
Yeah,
Talking
but
about-
we're talking
sorry,
about
astronomical
refraction
Okay,
is globe
hold on,
based.
Brian. We're talking about the stars, and you're asking us about the refraction element, and we have asked you what you mean by refraction, and what you thought you meant by refraction was wrong, because what you thought you meant was terrestrial refraction. So we just want to iron that out first, Bacon. No. What your misapprehensions of what refraction needs to be explaining from the almanac? When you think what needs explaining is terrestrial refraction, which is globe-based and sod all to do with this refraction.
I'm not talking about anything about related to the globe.
Why
They
did
said
you
I'm
say
not trying to
atmosphere
support
then?
Jeremy's
Yeah,
point.
stop. Yeah, you were. You said atmosphere. It's very specifically globe.
It's just the name of it. We're talking
Yeah,
about
that's
the air.
globe related.
All the layers
This
of
is
the air.
irritating, Bacon. You say, no, I wasn't talking anything globe related, and I correct you. Yes, you absolutely were. You said sphere-shaped air, oxymoron, atmosphere, which is only connected to the globe. So it might be ignorance. You just don't know that you're doing it. That's exercising your religious fundamentalist zealot beliefs, without even realizing it with the words you use. But don't sit there and tell me that you're not expressing globe faith when you use oxymoron sphere-shaped air that only relates to a globe. How dare you say you're not using anything that's using globe? Yeah, you are. Atmosphere, son. That's not refraction, though.
All right, forget about the atmosphere then.
Well,
Tell
I
me what
can't
this
because we
correction is
asked you to
correcting for.
clarify your question about atmosphere
My question.
in the almanac. And then when we asked you to clarify what you meant by atmosphere, by refraction, you suddenly started weaseling in your bloody sphere beliefs again. It's just the way you zealots are, I guess, but we need to stop that. We need to nip it in the bud. Tell you that you got your fundamental beliefs with your sphere-shaped airs that aren't atmospheric refraction that we're talking about here. Yeah? We're talking about refraction.
Yeah, I'm talking about a page here in the Nautical Almanac that says refraction in the page of corrections. And if Jeremy is wrong and you guys are correct and stars are their actual position, then what is this correction for?
The slowing down of the stars as they reach the horizon after about 15 degrees. So as they approach 15
Why do
degrees
they
from the
slow down?
horizon, they slow down.
Why?
Why? I don't know.
Irrelevant.
Why is that called refraction?
Irrelevant. Celestial
I don't know.
refraction.
I don't know that
Celestial
either. He's
refraction
got some
is
fair
just
questions. Just let him ask them, John. Why do they do that? First question. I don't know. Second question. Why is it called
Second
refraction
question,
then?
why is it called
Good question.
refraction?
I don't know. Good question.
Okay, so there's just a denial that this is related to the path of light from the stars to us.
No. There's just a description that's been ascribed this term refraction, and that description is a description of the stars slowing down after they get about 15 degrees off the horizon. That's it.
But refraction is by definition how the path of light gets changed by the medium through it is traveling. So if the almanac calls it refraction correction, it's attributing that correction or how the path of light is being affected by the medium it's going through, which is the air.
Really?
The
So
almanac's
define
calling it
refraction.
refraction.
Let's see if
You
it's
guys are
correct.
saying it's not.
Let's see if they're correct. Let's see if they're correct. Define refraction.
I just said it. It's how the path of light gets affected by the medium it's going through.
That's not refraction. That's not Snell's law.
That's not Snell's law. Snell's law is not the definition of refraction. It's how you get the
Yes,
angles
it
from
is.
the
It's the
refracted
law
medium.
of refraction.
It describes how it behaves. That's not what defines what it is.
Oh, yes, it is. It's called Snell's law, the law of refraction. You said it's not.
Now you're deflecting to debate definitions. The point is being made.
Sorry,
There's
sorry.
a correction for refraction and not a
What?
almanac.
Bacon. Stop. Everyone stop. Stop. That means stop. Hello? Can you please stop? No, please don't tell him that he's deflecting by using the definition. No, that's not a deflection. That's working along the Socratic method. That's defining terms of the words he's used. In this case, a word that's being used and questioned by you of refraction. Now, yeah, Snell's law. The law of refraction. That's what it is. It's not atmosphere, not that.
Is the almanac correct by calling this correction refraction then? Or you're disagreeing that this correction is related to refraction?
Who cares?
What?
Who cares? They're not calling it refraction, though, are
Whoever
they?
was listening
Sorry,
to the
is it
last
just
conversation
called?
between you and Jeremy.
Is it called refraction, or is it called something else? A bit like terrestrial refraction isn't refraction. It's got this extra word attached to it at the beginning of it. What about in the almanac? Do they
No,
do
it
that?
just says refraction.
Excuse me?
It just says refraction.
Doesn't say celestial refraction.
It says refraction. That's how it's written in the Nautical Almanac. It says refraction, and it's in the page of altitude correction tables.
Okay, and?
Apparently, you guys never saw it before.
Of course I've seen it. What's the point you're making?
Altitude.
I thought I laid it down like 4 times already.
Is it refraction?
Jeremy was saying that stars are not in their actual position. You guys
Right.
are saying they are.
Your question is it refraction? Is that your question?
No, it's how you handle this contradiction between say stars are where they actually are And at the same time, there's a correction for refraction in the nautical almanac, where you have to correct for those angles you're taking.
You don't have to
It's
correct
either
for it.
one
You
or
just,
the other. You can't
no,
say
no,
they're
you,
refracted and they're in the actual location at the same time. You're in a contradiction position.
no. There's no juxtaposition between celestial refraction and actual location. That's a juxtaposition you've just shoehorned in there. There's no inference for there is no inference at any stage for actual locations of stars, and this juxtaposition doesn't mean that there should be one.
I'm not saying there should be one, but if it's refracted, then it's not the actual position.
What's refracted? Now we're getting somewhere.
Position of the star.
Oh, the not
Angle to the
actual
star.
position is, sorry, you're telling me that the not actual position that we're not acquiring is refracted. How would we know?
From how the nautical almanac is used,
You're not answering my
angle that
question.
you take for the star.
How would we know if it's refracted from its not actual position that we're not trying to acquire? How would we know if it's refracted?
Who's saying it's refracted from the non-actual position?
Yeah, exactly. It's a non sequitur. It makes it makes no sense then. So it makes no sense.
I had no idea what you're asking now.
So you follow that calling it refraction's kind of benign. It doesn't matter. All that matters is that we can describe what they do as they recede towards the horizon. They slow down a bit. That's it. Now, giving it a term, refraction, who cares?
Who cares? The word has a meaning. It tells you what the path of light's
what's
doing.
the meaning?
Depending on what medium the light's going through. But if you're seeing something refracted, that's not in its actual position. You're disagreeing with the almanac by seeing stars in their actual position.
Sorry, what? Oh, I see where you're going. You're saying I disagree with a term ascribed in the almanac. Does that invalidate the almanac and its flat Earth proving angles that are used for the GP positions of the? Oh, my bad. Still in the same sentence. Obviously detected a devastating question on the way. Does it in any way, this ambiguity about refraction in the almanac, change the flat Earth affirming angles that are absolutely required when using these processes for angle measurements to stars? Does it in any way invalidate that?
No,
no. So Earth's being proven flat with these angles, then there, Bacon. So it's just a flat Earth proof, then, regardless of whether or not we get into the wrangle dangle of whether or not they've ascribed the right word in refraction to the process of the stars slowing down as they reach the horizon. Doesn't matter. It still proves a flat Earth's being measured. So who cares? Just a non sequitur, really.
Can we move back to how the law of refraction has nothing to do with refraction? I'd like to discover the mysteries there.
Say that again?
Yeah. You said the law of refraction has nothing to do with refraction. I'd like to discover some mysteries there.
I didn't say they had nothing to do with it. I said the law of refraction is not the definition of what refraction is.
Yes, you did.
No. I didn't say they had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, you did.
It's not synonymous. Snell's law is not the definition of refraction.
Oh, Snell's got you. You did it again.
Yep, he's not getting it.
You just did it again. You said no, you didn't, and then you just repeated it.
I didn't say they have nothing to do with each other, which is what you said. That's a straw man.
Oh, no, what you said. You said that Snell's law doesn't have anything to do with refraction.
I didn't say that.
You just said it.
I said Snell's law doesn't define refraction. It's not what defines refraction.
You're saying Snell's law, the law of refraction, doesn't define refraction.
It's not the definition of refraction. That's what I mean.
You just did it again.
I mean, the second law of thermodynamics, it's not like the definition of entropy or anything.
Well, that's again a deflection of the point.
That's
regardless of how you're defining refraction, you're not accounting for there being a correction for it in the nautical almanac and still claiming the stars in their actual position. You're holding a contradictory position if you're supporting the almanac.
Okay, let's just give it in. Okay, you don't like the term. Yeah, I don't like it either. So what?
He doesn't even know what it is. He just train wrecked himself 3 times. Sit it down.
Let me ask him a question. Why are we going to ask him another question?
Because
I want to see it again. Look, he did train wreck himself like 3 times in a row in less than 60 seconds. But so it is Polaris refracted then?
If it's not at zenith, then yeah.
So how do you know it's at? How do you know that it's 60 nautical miles per degree? If you're not under the star, you can't get its actual position.
If you're under the star, then the star is at zenith, then you don't have refraction. As I said, if it's at zenith, if it's not at zenith, then it is refracted. If it is
Okay,
at zenith,
well
then
then,
it's not.
so by that
So how
logic,
do you?
then the
I
1
can
degree
solve
for
this
every
problem.
60 nautical miles would never function because it's a principle that works as you back away from it. You're saying it's getting more and more refracted. Well, then you get a differing value for the latitude system, but you don't. Yeah, the latitude
That's why
system
you have the
works.
correction
My
table.
bad, I haven't finished. The latitude system set in stone, it works.
Yeah, they don't say you do that
The-
without correcting for
the-
refraction. And even if you don't correct for
And
refraction, you're still working with an error bar.
The actual statement he should make is
Just one of you
Go
go.
on, John.
Go on, John.
the actual statement is celestial refraction, terrestrial refraction are not real refraction. They're distortions applied to make observation complete model.
Exactly. That's exactly where I was going to go, and it's exactly what I was going to say at the very start. Right? At the very start, when I was the first person to respond to Bacon, they have a pre-assumption that the star is supposed to get to a certain point and continue its apparent drop towards the horizon at the same rate because it's supposedly going down below a physical geometric globe edge, right? Globe horizon. But that's not what's happening. The star slows down. It appears to slow down its apparent rate of drop as it gets close to the horizon, and it never actually touches the horizon. The stars never actually get to the horizon. They disappear off in the distance because the stars aren't going down, they're moving away. And that's the difference. The reason we see that with the sun is we don't see the sun do it, we see what's known as sun mirage do it. We don't see that with the stars. We only see it with the sun mirage, and there's a pre-assumption that the sun is a star and all these other things are suns, and they're all doing the same thing that we pre-assume the sun is doing. That's where it's all coming from. It all starts and ends with the star is not going down below the horizon like I need it to do because I believe it should be doing it. So we have to call that refraction. That's where that comes from.
So refraction for the stars that are not actually there where you're looking, and refraction for the ground that's supposed to be geometrically somewhere but is not there because of refraction. How is that expressed in any math in any way?
Bennett, can you mute, please?
The ballers are trying to get in. They're complaining. They're not getting heard. Just saying.
Either way, Bennett, can you mute?
Oh yeah. Sorry. Give me 1 second. Here, go ahead and mute me. I'm driving. Sorry.
I've got a question.
So we got the statement that the law of refraction does not apply to refraction. Let's see how that goes.
Right, go ahead.
That's not the
Whoever said they've
statement.
got a question.
I think everybody knows that.
Whoever said they've got a question, go ahead.
Go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah. So, did you say earlier that we could measure the angle to a lighthouse and do valid trigonometry off of that?
Yeah.
Oh, God, here we go again.
Well, I've been doing that. There's this beautiful lighthouse. I'll drop the picture.
Who cares?
We don't care about trigonometry. What the hell is going on here?
No, when I said yeah, I mean
Can you
for
stop
known
yelling,
heights of known
please?
lighthouses that are
bro.
on maps that you can use for navigation purposes. So those are very specific lighthouses that are documented where you've got all of that information on your on board with you on the ship.
Right, and this is just such a lighthouse. It's called the
Oh,
New
very
Dungeness
good.
Lighthouse. It's got a published location, a published height. I just put a picture of it, and I've been measuring the elevation angle to it from about almost 3 miles away.
So you
From
live
above.
within 3 miles of this lighthouse?
I don't live there, but I can drive to the bluff easily. The bluff is within 3 miles of this lighthouse.
And is the bluff higher or lower than the lighthouse? Because you said elevation angle. That means it'd have to be lower than the lighthouse, yeah?
Well, because it's a lighthouse, the focal plane, which is the height of the
No,
light.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you, is the bluff higher or lower than the lighthouse?
Jesse, that's not what he asked. Do you want to ask again? Because he obviously didn't hear your question, Brian.
Is the bluff that you're going to go and take this angle from, is that higher in elevation above sea level than the lighthouse, or lower above sea level than the lighthouse? Because you said you're taking an elevation angle.
What's the question?
Is the lighthouse higher above sea level than the bluff you'll be taking the angle from?
The observer eye height is 58 feet above mean sea level.
And what's the height of the focal height of the lighthouse?
66 feet.
Right. So you're taking an elevation angle to so that's 58 to 6, 7. That's 8 feet at a distance of what? 3 miles?
About 3 miles. Yeah.
Right. So why are you doing this?
What's that?
Is this
You're
for
taking
navigation?
an elevation angle of 8 feet from 3 miles away. Why are you doing this?
Yeah, when I gave my example, it's because you can use it if you're lost, and that's what you've got as something visible, because you've got, I don't know, a foggy night and you can see the lighthouse flashing, but you're lost and you're in a storm and you're using that to triangulate your position because it's a known position. But you're not talking about 3 miles away and 8 foot difference. You're talking about somebody who's on a sea that's rough, trying to find where the bloody hell they are in relation to the ground they don't want to smash into, and they need to find their exact position pretty quick, sharp, or they might potentially smash into rocks. You know, sort of life-saving shit. Did you want to explain what this was useful for that you were going to go through?
Well, you did say that you could do valid trigonometry off of a lighthouse, right?
To save your life at sea, and I asked Witsit repeatedly for practical applications and tried to get him to explain how it'd be practically applied, like I've just given an example of not dying on rocks. Now, that's a practical use for this stuff, with very specific lighthouses that are named with their details on the maps for navigation purposes. Now, we're saying, is this one of those lighthouses? And what's it practically being done for? Do you need to find where you are on this bluff? Is that what you're doing? What are you doing it for?
Definitely. I need to know. I need to find out where I am on this bluff.
Really?
No, seriously.
That sounds absurd. That sounds like you're mocking me with a mocking tone that I don't like. No, it sounds absurd that you would need to find your position on the bloody bluff. It's probably got a name. Has the bluff got a name?
Not that I know of.
Has the bluff... No, it's not got a name. It's not in a place. It doesn't have a location name on a map. It's not in a town.
Yeah, it does. Baltard Bluff.
So are you saying trigonometry would not work in this case?
No, I said it was useful. And I gave an example of where it was practically applied. And now I'm asking you how useful this example is. And you smirked because it seems like, what, other than being something that's going to be a, what, gotcha on a flat earther, it's got zero actual use, right?
Well, incorrect. It's extremely useful for showing that the Earth is actually a globe.
Right, showing that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Hold on. He's going to measure an angle to it.
He's going to measure an angle. Yeah, I want to hear it.
No. He's already told us. Let me get it straight for you, Jesse. You've told me how high you are on the bluff with respect to how high the lighthouse is off a horizontal plane of reference thus far. So far, for your example to move forward, I and everybody listening to this after the fact must accept that we can establish the height of the lighthouse and the height of the bluff off a plane.
Okay.
Okay, stop. Stop. So, before we move forward, repeat after me.
Answer the question.
Repeat after me.
You're just going to keep interrupting him.
Can you shut that man up? I'm about to make a conclusion because I've just proven Earth's flat with this example, and I'd like to make the conclusion. Can someone shut that man up? He's ruining the conclusion. No moderators are shutting up Leal. Nobody's shutting up Leal. I'm getting further away from the flat Earth proving conclusion while this white knight scumbaggery happens. You see, what Jesse's asked me to accept, and that everyone else here accepts, is that we know the height of the bluff off a flat Earth. He gave it in feet off sea level. That's level. And the height of the lighthouse off a flat Earth off sea level. They both have to have a horizontal plane of reference, and we must accept that Earth has been already measured flat to have these two heights in the first instance. So I want Jesse to tell me that he understands that to move forward with his example, he thinks he's going to prove a globe, he says, that we've got to accept that Earth has been measured flat for these heights first. So tell me, Jesse, you understand that we're all understanding now that Earth's been measured flat for these two heights off sea level, right, Jesse?
No, I have not seen any measurements of flatness with a margin of
But
error.
sea level.
Exactly.
Sea level.
Margin of
Where'd
error.
you get the elevation from?
Where'd you get the elevation for the two heights from? Sea level, correct?
Yeah, but what say that?
Sorry,
sea
not
level
but.
is
You
not-
didn't answer me. I don't want a but. I need a yes, Nathan. I understand that the height off sea level is a prerequisite flat Earth measurement. I need you to not butt your way around it,
False.
sunshine.
False. False.
Is there another white
Well,
knight
what
I
if-
hear?
What
Jesse.
if the water is curved? Then
No,
Then-
no, level. It's sea level that you stated they were measured off. You can't have a zero reference point for heights off a curve. It's sea level, my friend.
Sea level's not the same all around the Earth.
Sorry, we don't need
Oh,
any
God.
white knights while this guy gets absolutely roasted for his use of a flat Earth and the heights above sea level. Yeah? Those heights above
let's
sea
see.
level are heights above a level. That's having no part higher or lower than the other. That's not curving, Jesse.
Well, let's say for the sake of discussion that the sea level is flat, then why am I making
It is.
four
It's not for the sake of discussion. You're not going to take this absolute stone cold fact that level is no part higher or lower than the other as maybe being flat, or false dichotomy could be, but might also be curving. It isn't. It must be flat for you to move forward with heights off a plane. Sea level, 0 point, is level, Jesse. So no, it's not going to be maybe we could accept that it's off flat. It is with respect to a flat plane. That's what's described when you describe things and their heights off sea level.
So how do you explain the missing 4 feet that I measured?
Sorry, there is no missing anything. We've already proven Earth's flat with the heights above sea level.
You measured it.
Then why did I measure missing height when I did my angle and distance measurement?
I don't know, maybe you're
measure
incompetent. Meanwhile, the heights of the two positions that you started with, regardless of your incompetence in measurement and perhaps ignorance of perspective, didn't change the fact that the two heights you started with for your maths to move forward were measured off a flat Earth. They were with respect to sea level.
Where's your measurements for a flat Earth, Nathan Oakley?
Sea level? I'll just use Jesse's.
No, I don't. No, I'm not asking you how you.
Excuse
how
me,
you got there.
White
Where
Knight.
are your measurements?
Everybody knows that Jesse's getting a proper pasting. He doesn't need any White Knight assistance. I know everybody around him would like him to not be getting pummeled and proving a flat
Hey,
Earth
you got a
with
crew?
heights
You got
above
a
sea
crew?
level.
We got a crew.
But maybe the
both
non-stop
got crews.
incessant interruptions of the White Knights will continue anyway, while Jesse still has yet to concede that the heights are with respect to sea level. That's level. It's definitely not globe-shaped. So to move forward in you asking me how many feet are missing, which would mean you're ignoring angular relationships, because feet don't change with distance, would still require that the heights you give to ask about the feet that don't include perspective were taken from a flat Earth. That's sea level, Jesse. You still haven't conceded
The
that,
fact-
you coward.
Were you done, Nathan?
4th time. Just
The fact
Jesse.
that you can't.
So it's someone else, that's
respond
Omnivore.
to Jesse.
Omnivore's now white knighting. This is the third white knight in
I
a row.
asked if
Can
you were
someone with the
done.
mods please shut down Omnivore because we're talking to Jesse? We don't need Omnivore to interrupt
Get the
this.
dogs out. Get them dogs out.
Now, Robo Noxious, this is the 5th white knight. Jesse.
We'll get the obnoxious.
Okay,
we'll
let's
spank
get
that
some
ass here in
control
a
in
few
here.
minutes. But first,
Okay.
we're going to take care of Jesse. Oh, Jesse, proving
Hey,
a
Johnny.
flat Earth with the freaking premise of a flat Earth and then concluding a globe. Floor is yours.
Well, I posted my spreadsheet in the chat on Earth
Your
Awakening, so
spreadsheet is not answering the question. How are you getting an elevation? Off of
from
what?
sea level.
So from a flat Earth then, because the respect of both elevations are from zero, that's flat, plane measurement of the heights. So we first have a flat Earth acceptance before we move forward with your spreadsheet. We don't need the spreadsheet, thanks, Jesse. You've already proven Earth's being treated as flat and measured flat. We don't need the spreadsheet. Thanks, you've already proven it's flat.
Appreciate it.
Except
thanks. Welcome to Flat Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth. We didn't need the spreadsheet. Sorry, you wasted your time.
So it turns
And
out you cannot actually answer the question, right? I think that's
Sorry,
clear.
Omnivore, we're still not done with him, Omnivore. I know you're all desperate white knights watching a compadre fall. It's a very, very tragic situation for you on the bull side while one of your own proofs of Flat Earth is being measured. I know you all need to defend him with your white knightery. Go ahead,
Are
Kiwi.
you done? Are you done, Nathan?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, but I'm not.
No, you're never
We're
done.
not
Go
done.
ahead.
No, QE.
We're not done. We're going to take the second part of his idiot retard
QE's gonna widen
spreadsheet.
out for
It
Nathan.
doesn't have angular size change with distance in it, does it?
I'll wait till you're done. I'm fine with that.
There's a second part. See, Omnivorous, or whatever you're called. When talking to Jesse, I pointed out that his feet didn't change with distance. QE's now highlighted that he hasn't addressed that either.
Yeah. So those are bullshit answers. But I just wanted to say one thing.
But that's not you we're talking to. Can the mod shut him up? Can the mod shut him up? We're still talking to Jesse, and he's just decided he's going to take it off the rails.
Now you're just going to overtalk me.
Yeah, I am.
Clearly not.
I'm going to
the same
mute you if
thing.
you don't
I'm so
shut up. We're
sorry this
talking
is
to someone
happening to
else.
Okay. Modding. We got to do this. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Jesse, do you want to respond?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Your feet don't account for angular size changes in your spreadsheet. Feet, you said. How many feet were missing doesn't...
My voice is changing.
So the question on the table that you ignored, it's been highlighted by QE because it's been ignored by you, which is to say that I highlighted that in your spreadsheet, I haven't even had to look at it, you said that it was feet and how many were missing. That doesn't account for angular size change at the distance accounted for. So there's no perspective.
Yes, it does.
So there's no perspective if it's a feet value, because that feet value doesn't change with distance.
Okay, I used the arc or the tangent of the angle times the distance to get the delta height. Is that correct, or is that not the correct trigonometry?
Off a flat plane, so the two different heights with respect to sea level that prove that. I'm just clarifying.
You didn't answer the question.
Just clarifying that the two heights were with respect to sea level, therefore proving a flat Earth already.
Well, I used the tangent of the angle times the distance. Is that the correct trigonometry for the delta height, or is that not?
You're asking a question. You're asked, did you account for angular size change with distance? That's the question you're asked. You're now asking us a question.
I used the formula, the tangent of the angle times the distance equals the delta height.
Our curve then. The two can't exist, can't coexist together. Perspective and our curve can't coexist together. Mathematically can't work.
What is the correct formula?
That means only one of them can exist. Do you agree the perspective exists?
What is the correct formula then?
He's asking you a question, Jeremy. He's saying, do you appreciate that you can only have one Earth curve or perspective? Do you appreciate that, yes or no?
Hold on, you're not talking to Jeremy. That's Jesse.
Sorry, I meant Jesse.
Jesse, yeah.
Sorry, Jeremy. I meant Jesse.
It's nonsense. You won't even answer the question.
It's not
what
nonsense.
is the correct formula?
take apart the whole thing right now.
Well,
right
look,
now, with a 6-foot object.
All of trigonometry says that I am using the correct formula. If you're going to say I'm not using the correct formula, then you need to tell me what the correct formula is.
No, trigonometry saying something, idiot. Go ahead, Brian. Destroy
Thank you, Kiwi. Yeah. Do you agree that angular size change with distance exists?
Yes.
But that's the end of your claim then. Because our curve and perspective can't coexist together. I'll prove it to you. A 6 foot object, if my eyes are at the waterline, on a globe Earth, a 6 foot object will disappear from view at 3 miles away because of our curve. If my eyes are at the waterline of a flat plane, then a 6 foot object will disappear from view because of angular size change, right? Because it'll reach 0.02 degrees, so I won't be able to decipher it, right? Over a flat plane. Now that means that 6 foot object will disappear at the same distance on both a flat and a plane and on a globe with my eyes at the waterline at 0 degrees, right? So if we add in perspective and our curve together, then what will happen is that 6 foot object will disappear at 1.8 miles away, because the bottom 3 feet of it will disappear because of our curve, and the top 3 feet will not be visible because of angular size change with distance. But that doesn't happen in reality. In reality, that 6 foot object disappears at 3 miles away. You've admitted the perspective exists. That means what you're trying to do is hijack perspective and try and call it our curve. Yet you're not accounting for us, because you're not accounting for us perspective within what you're doing. I've just shown you there that the both can't coexist together. Only one can coexist, and when we get down to the brass tacks of it, our curve is dismissed because
Jesse,
we know. Yeah.
Jesse, did you hear that? The Hindenburg is in the corner blushing.
So if we've got a delta height of
You're done.
See, what Jesse's now going to do is entirely ignore every word that's been said and plow on with his example like nothing has happened. Guaranteed.
You won't get past the basics. He said I didn't account for perspective, and so I'm saying the delta height is 8 feet.
You ain't acknowledging any.
Sorry, 8 feet. 8 feet is not a perspective size. I keep telling him he's just not listening. 8 feet isn't an angle.
Strawmanning what I said.
Yeah, 8 feet's not an angle.
I said the two, our curve and perspective can't coexist together, and I proved it mathematically how one disqualifies the other. You even admitted that angular size change with distance is a real thing. So
Try a different way with Brian.
We know
Brian's example. Brian, you've gone
Sorry?
through it once. Let's just try and take him through it step by step.
But you're stopping me to finalising it.
Well, you've gone through it and he's ignored it and just tried to plough on with his example. So I'm going to try and
he's trying to create a straw man and trying to bring him back so the audience knows, right? Our curve and perspective can't coexist together. We went through the process. Our curve was dismissed. It's a process of disqualification. You admit that perspective, angular size change with distance does happen, right? I've just shown you how our curve and perspective can't mathematically coexist together.
No, you haven't.
So when that 6 foot object disappears at 3 miles away, it can only be perspective. Can't be our curve, because if our curve existed with it, that object would disappear at 1.8 miles away. And you agree,
where's
and
the
everyone agrees, and
math
everyone knows
on
the
that?
perspective is this. That means it is perspective is the reason why that
Rayleigh
6
criterion.
foot object disappears at 3 miles away.
You want to ask where
No,
the
the
math is?
1.8.
Rayleigh criterion.
This is a hell of a monologue.
Hold on, Rayleigh criterion. You're saying 1.8 miles away with both Earth curve and perspective.
With both.
Yeah, because the
that's what
bottom
he's
3
saying.
feet will disappear of the object because of our curve, and the top 3 feet won't be observable because its angular size will be too small.
Does that account for like zoom? Like if you zoom in?
No, we're just talking about. If we're talking about zoom, it's going to extend the distance, maybe, right? Because we're
Not for
dealing
Earth
with other
curve.
things then.
Nah, not
We're
for Earth
talking
curve.
about-
Not for Earth curve.
Yeah.
Doesn't make any difference for
Okay,
Earth
so-
curve. That's the point.
Okay.
So there's an angular resolution limit that would infer that at 3 miles, a 6 foot man is going to vanish because he is too small to see, or however Brian exampled it earlier. Well,
I
at
have
the
a
same
30x
exact.
scope on my theodolite, so that increases my angular resolution a lot. I can see a 6 foot man at 3 miles.
What has that got to do with anything?
Right, another
Hold on.
straw man idiot
Complete
fallacy.
straw man, hypnotic. You admit that perspective exists, Jesse. That's the end of your argument. So anything you come up with after that is only a hijacking of perspective. Because our curve can't coexist with perspective. The two can't coexist together.
So can we or can we not do trigonometry with the angles and distances to a lighthouse at 3 miles with a delta height of 8 feet?
You can do whatever you want, but it won't be our curve.
So it'll measure as a globe Earth for some reason.
What do you mean? Sorry. Hold on, Brian. It'll measure as a globe. Sorry, you've got straight lines between these two things. You've got a triangle, right?
Yep.
You got a triangle. You got elevations that you have to get off a flat Earth. You got angles that you can't have a friggin' curved adjacent. So that's another flat Earth proof. You got two flat Earth proofs right there. Then you got angular size change with distance. You got 3 flat Earth proofs in your premise for a globe. Are you high?
No.
Yes.
So what happens is that method that you just detailed doesn't actually give you the correct height. That's your problem. That's why you fail.
Sorry. Oh, right. It's a problem. Who's it a problem for? Because I established that this has absolutely, I'm talking, zero real-world practical application for anybody ever. It is, to all intents and purposes, useless. And when I pointed it out to Jesse, Omni, he kind of chuckled with the absurdity of how useless this garbage was. Because, oh my bad, obviously me pointing out how utterly useless this is needs constant interruption from Omnivore. Now, I already dragged him by his short hairs, Omnivore. Useless garbage like this has no practical application, and it drew some sort of giggle from Jesse as he realised how useless this crap was, because it has no practical application, none. So what? There's bad news because Jesse says we can't do it. Oh no, our lives going to be lost at sea, Jesse.
So are you conceding that
you going to answer me? Our lives are going to be lost at sea because of this 8-foot delta that can't be calculated and according to you calculates out to be a globe. What are the worldwide ramifications?
Well, it makes the Earth a globe.
No, it does not. No, you've taken angle measurements that can only be measured off a flat plane. You've used heights of 2 positions that are with respect to a flat plane and sea level. And you've ignored angular resolution by using feet for things that are in the distance so they don't change. So you can comport with Earth curve. So you've used 3 flat Earth proofs. QE just went through it. But what? Because you say we can't do it. No, we pointed out how you used a flat Earth 3 times before you even got to the spreadsheet.
So are you saying trigonometry does not work in this case, or are you saying that it just doesn't matter because it doesn't make a difference in most people's lives?
No, I'm saying you can use it when lost at sea with very specific lighthouses that you can navigate with. They're detailed on maps for that purpose. You've picked a random point on land to do navigation to find your position. And when I said, are you lost on this bluff? Again, you kind of laughed because it's absurd and useless and has no ramifications or useful implications. Unlike finding your position when using a lighthouse at sea on the map because you don't want to crash into the rocks. You see, when they do that, yeah, they do use trig, but they also use a flat Earth to do it. It's necessitated that way to draw on the maps, to make the angle measurements, to use this process. But that will stop them smashing into rocks. It saves lives. Unlike your crap example that has absolutely no real-world application whatsoever.
I know exactly what Jesse is doing, and I knew it the minute I heard his voice. I knew exactly what you're doing, Jesse. You're trying to hijack the prospective effect of optical drop. Even though I have shown you what that is, I've proven it, shown it in the real world for years. I've gone through this, I've shown what it is. And you're still, even though I made a video recently that involved one of your claims concerning the hijacking of this prospective effect, you remember prospective, the thing you admit exists. Even though with all that, you're still trying to push the same narrative. Now that means you either have a sick belief that you can't let go of, or you're just a liar. There's only one or the other.
Yeah, just a lie. He's trying to work out clever, more and more deceptive and deceitful ways of wangling in his globe claim and hijacking in perspective and wangling in the flat Earth that's already been measured in his examples, like heights above sea level. Yeah, just deceptive.
Can I get in, Brian? Yeah, what's the angular size of 8 foot or 3 miles away? Would be pretty small, and from the observer's eye line, it would appear like as if it has gone down below their eye line when it hasn't. Just angular size, but angular size change with distance because it's only an 8-foot difference between his bluff and the lighthouse. I know exactly what he's doing. I've been.
Why don't we just hold on?
I've been dealing with this issue with ballers from years ago. They're doing the same thing all the time. The specific, and 1 second, Eli. This specific prospective effect is being hijacked continually by them. And I pulled Jesse apart on this on a video recently with demonstrations from 5-6 years ago, and he's still pushing the same thing. When you see something appear to go down below your eye line, Jesse, because of angular size change with distance, that doesn't mean it has actually gone down below your eye line. It's apparent, not actual.
Why not? I mean,
now he has to respond to the complete. Now he and everybody is going to respond to the complete non sequitur fake example that has nothing to do with any practical value.
Why are you talking about
Nathan's? Why am I talking? Because you asked me 1 minute.
Brian, just let him.
Yeah. So everything that Bacon has talked about is completely irrelevant, because what do you use a lighthouse for? First of all, you know the known height, so you're using it not to crash into the rocks or to navigate along the coastline. That's what it's used for. What is his example useful for? Finding out whether or not this lighthouse is lower because of Earth curve or not. It's a completely non sequitur imagining from what we're actually supposed to be talking about. Who gives?
Yeah, we're actually supposed to be talking about optical drop, Eli. That's what we're actually supposed to be talking about. What I was just talking about. Because this is the thing that's being hijacked continually by these people from day one. I'm going through this with years. It's the exact same perspective effect that they're hijacking continually, and that's what Bacon or that's what the Jesse is trying to hijack here. He's dealing with an angular size of an 8. Hang on. He's dealing with the angular size of an 8-foot object 3 miles away, and he thinks that the object has to stay the same actual size. He doesn't understand objects change when they're angular size with distance. That means they're not going to stay in their actual size. He is expecting it to stay in its actual size.
That's a straw man. No, he's not. He's not.
It's
He
not
never
a
said
straw
that.
man. That's the truth. That's the truth. You're all doing the same thing. You're at this for years. I started addressing this years ago, 5, 6, maybe 7 years ago. It's the same.
So is this Brian rant hour
It's
or
going
what?
on for years.
Yeah.
Go on, John.
So Brian, would
Well,
you
I
be
would
up
just
for
like
a
to point out real
one-on-one
quick.
debate with me on Jaren's?
No, I just want to point something out.
You already snatched your own wig off 3
Sorry.
times.
Yeah, we're concluding. This is the end. What do you mean? Can you arrange for a debate? What are you talking about?
I just had the debate.
Yeah,
It's
you
over.
did. It's over. You got smashed. You used a flat Earth angle measurement. You used a flat Earth baseline. You ignored perspective and you took the heights off a flat Earth. John, John, go ahead.
No, let me address that.
No, Brian, please, just yield to John for a second. Please, John,
well,
please.
He's asking me a question. He's asking me to debate. Right?
Can you just let John give the conclusion?
All right, go on.
I just wanted to say that the eye level that he is claiming this drop from is a horizontal. He does not believe level is horizontal. Why is he claiming that level is horizontal now?
Level's always horizontal at the point of tangency.
Tangency, that's a begging the question fallacy. You're trying to prove the globe. How do you have a tangent without a globe?
And I was measuring from my point of tangency.
Tangency, you're begging the question. Now you've been destroyed 3 times. Now you're going to introduce fallacy?
What was he measuring? Do you know what I mean?
So
Jesse,
Brian,
Jesse, hang on. You want me to go on to Jaren's and debate you for 2 hours on a topic that you've already proven to be completely dishonest about 3 times, right?
Well,
no bother.
how am I being dishonest?
I have a fee. Hang on, Jesse, I have a fee, right? When all the ballers can get together, I have a €5,000 fee for that 2-hour debate. That's my fee for debating. It's €3,000 for 1 hour, €5,000 for 2 hours. Because I'm not wasting 2 hours of my bloody time, right, with someone who's just a complete either someone who's a complete maniac, right? Complete maniac, right? Or someone who's just purely dishonest. I'm not wasting 2 hours of my time. So if you want 2 hours of my time, then you get the ballers together and you get that €5,000 together.
How about
got that
I
debate
waive
on
my
Darren.
$50,000? How about I waive my $50,000 fee and you can waive
I
your
couldn't
£10,000
give a
fee?
bollocks about your 50,000. I couldn't care less about your
Canada, you
50,000.
shut up
I'm
and sit
interested
down.
in
You
my
got
time.
destroyed.
1 second, Neil. I speak for myself. I'm interested in my time. I don't care about your time. You asked for the debate. My fee is €5,000. Either come up with that or fuck directly off. How about that?
So you're just in it for the money then?
So you want him...
Believe it.
Sorry, let me get it straight. You want him to do something for you. It's like saying, hey, dude, you want to paint my house? Yeah. I charge $1,000 for the whole building. Excuse me? You want paying for something I want you to do? Yet you want him to do something for you. He's got a good goddamn right to ask to be paid for it. If you can't afford him after asking him to do something for you, then piss off. Roll on, dickhead. Kick rocks. You've asked him for something, and you can't afford his fee. Now you found out that he costs money. You can't afford him.
He makes videos calling me out. He tells me I'm wrong. He tells me he has the truth, and so it just seemed. And you won't let him talk to me, so it made sense that he and I would have a debate. But if he's afraid of the truth, that's okay. If he wants to
exposes you at his leisure on his channel, and you want to debate him. So he's got a fee for that.
Well, tell me, Brian. Then what is the correct math? What angle should I measure at 3 miles? For an 8-foot delta
on any
height.
angle to the downwards from the top of anything. I don't be asking me questions. This is all been proven, right? You finished yourself today. You snatched your own wig off when you admitted that angle of side change with distance exists.
Yep.
The two can't, dark curve and perspective can't coexist together. I just showed you that.
So you don't know the
there
angle?
Is not, see, this is the thing, Jesse. I would need, you want me to debate you on a topic that you have been proven wrong on continually. And so is all the rest of the ballers. But yet you want me to spend 2 hours of my life, right, on Jaron, someone I don't like, on his channel, right, debating you. Well, that's going to cost, because I stopped debating you people in that fashion at the start of 2022. That's when I put a fee on it, because I had enough of my time being wasted. So you want to take 2 hours of my time away, then it's going to cost you €5,000. That's the way it is. You get all the ballers together and get that money together. I don't know if you put in $1 each or €1 each. I don't care. You get €5,000 together and you got that debate on Jaron. Otherwise, don't waste your time. I'm not interested.
You think he can count that high after his performance here today, Brian? Next.
All right, let's not do that though. Come on.
Next. What? Why shouldn't we do that? He's just getting compromised 3 times. Let's not do that. What do you want to do, Jeremy? Rub his feet, give him some hot chocolate?
I mean, I don't want to do that.
You can say compromise times if you can include the level is always horizontal and then invoking a tangent point. You could say he's been compromised 4 times.
Yeah, Nathan, I think when they start with a flat earth, we should just shut them down right there and not waste our time.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, both for smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!